up for a modern tech-driven AI age, and let's do it and get the graduation rates up.
Does Sizzle replace any of the professors or the the graduate students who might have been doing things in the past?
Never. It's all about supplementing what students are doing outside of class. After class ends, today at campus, it's all live online instruction, but after class ends, all they have is their textbook. Now they're going to replace ChatGPT, which is just giving them the answer.
Well, actually, ChatGPT is not giving them the answers anymore because my son said nobody uses it at school because it won't just write your paper for you anymore with the new guidelines.
Oh, ChatGPT will definitely write your paper. Let me tell you, you got to double check with your son. But instead,
I think he's scamming you.
I honestly don't think he uses it.
I wrote this.
I know his voice.
Instead of getting just the answer, it's actually going to break things down, understand what your deficiencies are and your prerequisite understanding, and take you through a
it says what?
process.
Like, you don't get this, let's go over it again, let's do a test
It walks you through it.
Constant.
It gives you the step. And especially, it doesn't get you stuck. So often, if you don't have support, you get stuck on something. It tells you, okay, how do you write the first sentence? How do you write the second one? How do you do the first step of that problem?
Math may be more important.
Here's the thing that I think about a lot with these services, especially when it comes to AI. You have to have highly motivated people who want to graduate.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, that's a huge component part of it. So when you talk about sort of the graduation rate being as low as it is in this country, part of it is how do you actually keep these people engaged and motivated? When I think about like what Sal Khan is doing in some of these other schools, one of the reasons they're succeeding is because they are appealing, I think, to a very highly motivated
100%
group of people.
Yeah.
And so what do you do for the kid who just doesn't, unfortunately, have it?
So for every 50 students at campus, we hire a human. A human, yes, that's right. An actual person with blood and flesh. And they're the success coach. Their job is to be like my Nigerian mother and say, when you're slacking, I'm going to kick your butt. And when you need a shoulder to cry on, I'm going to be there to motivate you. And I'm going to drag you across the finish line like a coach, getting you to graduate. And that's what's super essential. America has to get this problem under control. Otherwise, I think young people are giving up. I think when you talk about, the sort of grave dancing we saw after Luigi Mangione and that whole situation, young people are like actually hopeless. I don't think this is discussed enough. For us to actually get this country back on track, we have to get rid of student loans and say no more student loan debt. $2 trillion is unacceptable. Let's get our higher education system working again and get young people into practical skills training.
We're going to go over time.
Wayfair's
They probably don't know the economics of how your business works.
Yeah.
Sure. You get a Pell Grant. We already have a free college program in this country. It's called a Pell Grant. And by the way, our Republican Senate just voted to increase funding for it. $10,000 a year for up to 6 years. Most Americans are eligible for this grant. Campus works under the $10,000 a year tuition threshold. So 86% of our students pay nothing out of pocket.
What's the benefit, or why would any of the incumbents go along with that? Because you're basically disintermediating their profit centers.
Any of the incumbents, meaning like four-year universities, they love us. We're sending them students. Instead, like if you have, you go to campus, you do 2 years, then you transfer into NYU, UCLA, Princeton to finish your last 2 years of college.
Do they have coaches who kind of follow through? Can they replicate your model in any way?
No one else can figure out how to make the economics work, where you actually have the human coach, you actually have the AI doing the back office and the after-class and support. We figured out how to do it and still make a profit.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you. Congratulations. Please come back. I want to follow your progress on all of this.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for having us.
When we come back on the other side of this, an exclusive interview with Fed Governor Chris Waller. And yes, folks, he's one of the finalists to get the chairman job of the Fed, could become the successor to Jay Powell. We will see. He's going to join us right here on the broadcast right after the short break. Squawk Box will be right back.
Why can't they...
In a world of conformity, it's often the innovative that stand out. At FlexJet, we've built a state-of-the-art operations control center with an international fleet of private jets and helicopters. Our Red Label crews are leading the way in pilot compensation, all supported by one of the world's largest maintenance networks. This is our timeless dedication to you. That's why we're outgrowing the competition 2-to-1. At FlexJet, you won't just be flown, you'll be moved.
We finally made it. Now let's go get that gold. I got a better idea.
The best investors see the bigger picture. That's why today, Blackstone is investing in the picks and shovels of tomorrow, like data centers and energy solutions.
We're gonna need more shovels!
Delivering proven performance for 40 years. Blackstone.
Do you care where the economy is headed? What about elections?
or climate change? See the forecast consensus on our future at IBKR Forecast Trader. If you disagree, you can buy the contract that looks undervalued. But be careful. You must be right more than 50.5% of the time to win. Go to IBKR Forecast Trader.
Weeknights. Of course, I always worry when a stock goes up as much as Nvidia has, but stocks are risk assets, so if you're not concerned about risk, well, then you're in the wrong business.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
My wife said no more plants. Didn't say anything about trees. The holidays are here, and you can find everything you need to make your season bright at the Home Depot.
To throw the best tailgates in Texas, you need the highest quality beef and HEB certified meat cutters like me.
And me. We hand cut and grind fresh beef 7 days a week.
High quality beef and custom cuts. No one does tailgating like HEB.
Coming up, inflation, interest rates, and the Fed chairman sweepstakes, American Idol. Fed Governor Chris Waller is going to join us for an exclusive interview next. As we head to break, check out the price of Bitcoin. It was up at 125 a couple of days ago, but 124 for this morning. Squawk Box, be right back.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take VivGuard Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vividly. VivGuard Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use VivGuard Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one. That's how we live vividly with VivGuard Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about VivGuard Hytrulo for self-injection.
Goldman Sachs Active ETFs. Designed to deliver outcomes driven by more than 150 years of rigor. Not just active, relentless.
Time is your most important asset, and AI is transforming the speed of business. Your innovation and how you protect it depends on the technology you choose to trust. 70% of the Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike's leading AI-native cybersecurity platform, built to secure their business and the AI fueling their innovation. AI is changing the world. We're securing it. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can simply arrive or make an entrance. Stick to the agenda or experience something unexpected. With IHG's 20 hotel brands, you can guest how you guest.
October 15th, join CNBC's AI Summit in Nashville, where visionary leaders and innovators explore AI's impact on work, business, and society. Register now at cnbcevents.com/AI.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Let's get over to our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman. He joins us with a very special guest this morning, Fed Governor Chris Waller. Steve, take it away.
Becky, thanks very much. I'm here in the CNBC Washington, D.C. bureau with Fed Governor Chris Waller. Governor Waller, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Steve. Pleasure to be on.
So we just reported you're one of the finalists for Fed Chair. How do you feel about that?
I don't know if I am a finalist or not. I thought the interview went well. I didn't get hit by a pitch, I don't think. So we'll see where it goes from here.
Well, hit by a pitch, you'd get a base, right? If that were the case. I understand they were rigorous interviews, like 2-hour interviews. Was it?
Well, they were great. I mean, it was actually a great interview. I mean, it was a lot of discussion about various aspects of the Fed. Talked about various speeches I'd given, my points of view. They kind of wanted to follow up on details of it, and I just thought it was great. I mean, it was really, there was nothing political about it. There was nothing, it was all serious economic discussion. So that's why I thought it was a great interview.
Well, maybe we'll come back to that later. But the original point of this interview, in my mind, was policy in the dark, right? How do you make policy in the absence of the economic data? We learned this morning you are going to get the CPI. Tell us in general about your concern or lack of concern about trying to figure out what the right policy is without the economic data.
Well, remember, we've had shutdowns before, and this popped up. I can't remember what year it was, but it did pop up once before we weren't going to get data or it was delayed. And that became, what are we going to do? And that was when we looked at a lot of private sector data that still comes out. And there's a lot of it. Now, the problem is it's not necessarily representative or as broad as sort of the government official data. But if you get enough pieces of information, you can kind of pretty much get a picture of what's happening. So, for example, there's lots of things popping about from the labor market that we're hearing. Like Carlisle had something the other day, ADP, we get all these things. They're not really representative and they're very specific, but they're all telling you the same story. The labor market is weak, right? And that's the punchline for policy. That's what we need to know. So it isn't one specific number, but collectively these 1,000 paper cut kind of data things tell us the labor market's not doing great.
How weak is the labor market as your judgment from that data?
Well, like I said, I think the data that we saw with ADP is consistent with what we were starting to see with the BLS data. The job growth has probably been negative the last few months.
Wow.
Doesn't look like it's doing much better. Anecdotally, that's pretty much, I don't hear anybody with big hiring plans. All I ever hear is, we're not backfilling, we're not firing, we're holding off any job things. That's the anecdotal evidence that you want to talk business. So again, this is all consistent with whatever pieces of private sector data. And I think that's what you would get from the BLS data. If you came out and said it was 150,000 jobs a month, I'd be shocked.
Okay.
It wouldn't match anything else I'm hearing.
But you also look at more high-frequency ADP data. What is that telling you?
Yeah, it's the same thing. The ADP isn't necessarily that strongly correlated in many ways. That's why people have dismissed it. But hey, it's got some correlation. It gives you some signal of what's going on. So use what you have when you have it.
How important is it that you're going to get the BLS CPI data?
I think that helps a lot. You know, that's one of the biggest concerns my colleagues in particular have is about inflation. The BLS, the labor data's done. Let it out. Come on, give it to us. You don't have to hold it back. And then if you have the jobs, the CPI, that's two of the biggest data points. And we can see how that matches up with the rest of the private sector stuff we're getting.
Looking at what has been said recently, the committee's pretty divided on the need for additional rate cuts. And there's a lot more concern with, among some of your colleagues, with the inflation data. It seems like you are less concerned, and why is that?
Well, this is a position I've taken a year or so ago. Tariffs, any tariff effects, which everybody's kind of focused on, are one-off effects. It doesn't mean they all happen in 1 month. They can happen in small steps, but they're one-time increases in the price level. This doesn't cause persistent inflation, and this has long been the standing of central banks for decades, that you look through these types of things. Canada had a VAT tax back in the 90s, and they said, we're not going to pay attention to what it does for prices. And they were the ones that coined the phrase, you look through these things. So I've taken that view with tariffs, and then we know it's going to have some potentially temporary effect. I don't think it's particularly that big. It could be, but that's what we'll see. But if the idea is that this will be, inflation will come up and then come back down, we don't set policy based. You shouldn't be setting policy based on that. So for me, I'm looking at the labor market as my biggest concern. So I made this point back in June to you that the labor market was not as good as it looked.
Right.
And the August 1st jobs report came out and pretty much confirmed that view. So the labor market's just not that strong, and that's everything we're hearing. And so I have shifted my focus more into the labor market when I think about policy.
I don't know that people understand the importance of the labor market in your mind, I think, to the inflation story, which is that you see, if it was a tight labor market and a strongly growing labor market, you would have more concern with the tariff inflation, if I'm not mistaken, because then the labor market would be a source of the inflation.
Well, it's just the labor market would be fine. Our dual mandate says maximum employment, price stability. If you have negative job growth, that's not maximum employment when you're shrinking your hiring. If the labor market, if there truly were shortages, then you would see wages going up, vacancies would be going up, lots of things would be signaling a tight labor market. None of that exists in public data, government data, or in the private sector data. So the labor market is not tight in any way, shape, or form. And if that's the case, you're not going to get the typical thing that people are afraid of with like tariff-type inflation, is that there's a second-round knock-on effect. Prices go up, workers demand higher wages, those wages get passed through, and you get these kind of wild wage price spirals. That's not happening. We're not seeing any evidence of that whatsoever. So forget about any second-round effects from the tariffs.
One of your colleagues, Stephen Myron, new colleague, said that he does not see almost any inflation, even in imported goods. Is that your read of the data?
No, we see it in various measures, and all I have to do is go talk to businesses, and they'll tell you. What I'm typically getting when I talk to CEOs of companies is higher income consumers, they pass tariffs through to those goods because the people are very price insensitive. Lower half of the income distribution, they're not passing the stuff through at all because their customers will walk out the door. So again, you're seeing it in a two-tier way. They're not being passed through at the lower level. You are seeing some pass through. You can simply look at the change in prices of goods over the last 6 months and plot it against the tariff.
Right.
And there's a very clear correlation between the size of the tariff and the change in the price in those goods over the last 6 months.
Chris,
it's about a 40% pass through.
Where does policy need to go from here, in your opinion?
Well, I think we need to, I'm still in the belief we need to cut rates. But we need to kind of be cautious about it, because here's one of the things you're looking at. You're seeing this very weak labor market, but GDP growth seems pretty good. And GDP now is forecasting on close to 4%. You can't have negative job growth and 4% GDP growth. Something's got to give. Either the labor market rebounds to match the GDP growth, or that GDP growth is going to pull back. So whichever way that goes, it's got to affect what you do with policy. If the labor market rebounds and growth is good, there's less need for rate cuts. If the GDP comes down, the labor market stays weak, you need more. So that's where the caution comes in about, like, we want to move in a certain direction. I want to move towards cutting rates, but you're not going to do it aggressively and fast in case you make a big mistake on which way that thing's going.
But the market's priced in for sequential cuts through the end of the year.
That's fine. That's what the SEP kind of signals.
And so, but that's cautious enough for you, going by a quarter point?
Yeah, because you can always adjust as you go, as the data comes in. I mean, if you went 75 tomorrow, then you have a bit of a problem if you got the wrong bet.
I see.
So you can just do 25, keep going, see how it goes,
Last question, Chris. There's been some interesting developments in the private credit market. This is a new thing that's out there, a new shadow lending industry. How much concern do you have that it's a potential source of systemic risk?
The thing with private credit, as I understand it, I'm not an expert in these things, but with private credit, there's a lot of equity position, right? These are not highly leveraged lending, right? There's a lot of equity. So if you are doing any kind of lending, like if the major banks are involved, they take a senior tranche position. There's usually about 50% or more equity in that. There's a lot of equity that has to get eaten into before anybody gets defaulted on their thing. So I don't view it as that big of a risk because there's so much equity. Now, people are going to lose money, but that's capitalism, man. It's not my job to protect your wealth. You want to take risk, it pays off good for you, and if it doesn't pay off, you lose your money, so be it. That's the way it works.
Governor Waller, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate being on.
Andrew, back to you.
Thanks for bringing us that great interview, Steve. Appreciate it very, very much. We will see whether he becomes the next Fed chair. Meantime, when we come back, the pathway to peace in the Middle East and what it could mean for Israel's economic future. The Tel Aviv stock market is now up more than 350% in the last 2 years. We're going to talk about more of the prospects for sustained peace in the region with Dan Senor. He's the former foreign policy advisor in the Bush administration. That's coming up at 8:30 Eastern Time this morning. Don't go anywhere.
Tap into the data you need to see the market your way. Introducing the new Power E-Trade Pro, your ultimate desktop trading platform. It gives savvy traders like you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition and education built right into the charts. Finally, a platform that thinks like you, from the original place to trade online.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent, AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Comcast Business Advanced Networking and Security Solutions help turn businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
Think of your fellow man, lend him a helping hand, put a little love in your heart.
From recognizing our teachers to supporting schools across our state, HEB loves helping our youngest Lone Stars shine bright. Proud supporters of Texas teachers and schools.
I'm an agent with Alphafutures Insurance.
Captive agent here.
We're locally focused and community driven, here to support small businesses with flexible, customized coverage.
We have smaller risk appetites for that sort of thing.
Call Alphafutures Insurance and save today.
With fast and free delivery, Home Depot sent to me. Bright lights are shining, throw pillows vibing, a snowman alighting, and no mess from a party.
Welcome back to Squawk. Google facing tougher scrutiny from the UK's antitrust watchdog. The company has been labeled with what's called, quote, a strategic market status. It's the first time a company there has received that designation. The UK watchdog saying it's worried about the tech giant's market power in search and search advertising as well. The strategic market status label, if you will, could open the door potentially for more enforcement and penalties, guys.
Coming up, temperatures rising on the hills. It's dropping outside. It's 36 degrees.
Chilly.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, New York GOP Representative Mike Lawler got into a shouting match earlier this week over the shutdown and the New York City mayoral race. Leader Jeffries joined us yesterday on Squawk for his side of the story. Now Congressman Lawler is going to join us right after the break to respond. Squawk Box returns in a moment.
Meet Miss Payment. She's a credit wrecker. Because more often than not, she misses her monthly payments. And each one missed can stay on her credit report for up to 7 years. If only she would set up auto pay, she'd never miss a payment again. Don't be like Miss Payment. Instead, learn how to avoid the wreckers at creditwreckers.com. Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
Silver is at a 10-year high.
Kootenai Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With the new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Kootenai Silver.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
At University of Maryland Global Campus, every week you learn something new and you can immediately just jump right in and use those skills. Because of my degree from UMGC, I feel confident. I have the background when I walk into any room.
Searching for the perfect underwear? Tommy John combines innovation and excellence in every pair. Available in multi-packs, Tommy John's breathable second skin underwear is even softer than cotton, with up to 4 times the stretch of competing brands. We've also crafted indulgently soft second skin sleepwear for luxurious evenings and mornings. Invest in your comfort worry-free. If you don't love your first purchase, we'll make it right. Because if you dress to the nines, your underwear should be a 10. Go to TommyJohn.com now for 20% off your first order.
TimberTech decking looks like real wood.
But there's no hassle of maintaining it.
I just take the leaf blower and blow the leaves off of it. It's fantastic.
We have a sectional out there, and we'll sit out there with a glass of wine. We feel like we're in heaven.
Today, live from Macau, Contessa Brewer reports on the NPA's return to China after a 6-year timeout, the financial and political impact of this renewed relationship. Special reports all day and streaming on CNBC+.
We are simply not going to go along to get along the Republican effort to continue to gut the health care of the American people. This is a cost of living issue, and it's a life or death issue for millions of Americans.
And that was House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries making his case yesterday when he joined Squawk Box. Joining us now, New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. Congressman, it's good to see you. Is there a possibility of a year extension? What happened? Isn't that what you were presenting to Leader Jeffries the other day? What caused that whole ruckus?
Precisely, Joe. I mean, I went over to ask him to sign on to a 1-year extension of the Affordable Care Act premium tax credits that were put in place during COVID. Democrats put them in place for 4 years, slated to expire at the end of this year. And so I asked him to join a bipartisan bill to extend it by a year, since he claims this is what he cares about and is what he is fighting for. And one would think that if there's a clean 1-year extension on the table, that he would be interested in doing that. But the reality, Joe, is that's not what he's interested in. He and Chuck Schumer have shut the government down because they are petrified of AOC and Zohran Mamdani. You heard in the exchange, he refused to answer whether or not he supports Zohran Mamdani,
Right. Yeah,
wouldn't
yesterday
condemn
too.
him. Yeah, wouldn't condemn him
on the show
about his Blame the Jews statement on October 7th that he put out. And it just speaks volumes to what this is really about, which is Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries want to show their progressive left base that they're standing up to and fighting back against Donald Trump.
Well,
and you heard him in his own statements there.
Yeah, he brought up Trump immediately with you. He said, did your boss send you over here or something? But is it possible, and I can see why, if you came to me with that, I don't know whether you are, is it possible to get a 1-year extension? You could get that done. Did he just doubt whether you could get that done, or is it not really what they want?
I think it's possible, but it's not really what they want. But I think if the objective is to ensure that the American people don't see a healthcare premium spike, if the objective is to keep the government open, then there's a very easy way to do this. Pass the clean CR that is sitting in the Senate right now. Get all of your Democrats to sign on to this bill. There's already 14 Republicans on it. And we can put enough pressure on leadership to move the bill. But you don't do this at the barrel of a gun. And you don't hold the American people hostage, which is precisely what he's doing, which is contrary to all of his previous statements on this matter. And that's why I went over and called him out. You know, he said last week, if you have something to say it to my face. So I went and said it to his face. And obviously, he didn't like that very much, which is why he was melting down, yelling, screaming, stammering, sputtering all over the place, couldn't answer a question, and just kept yelling about Trump and, you know, saying that I'm embarrassing myself. What's embarrassing is that he and Chuck Schumer are holding the American people hostage for no reason. And that's what I was calling out.
There's a lot of Republicans that are, I don't know, maybe they're more conservative. They don't want to, they want these subsidies to lapse. And they point out that the lapsing of the subsidies isn't the reason that Obamacare and premiums are getting more expensive every year, that it's flaws in the program itself. So they want to just nip it in the bud. But
and Joe, they make a very valid point. If you look at health insurance premiums,
why extend it a year? You are giving the Democrats what they and do I smell an opening here for a deal? Is that the way this is going to finally happen? Is this the way that the reopening occurs? They get a year extension and vote on the clean CR? Is that what you think?
Yeah, so I'll answer both questions. First, my colleagues are right in pointing out that health insurance premiums have risen by over 60% since Obamacare took effect nationwide. So Obamacare was intended to do a number of things, including reducing the overall cost of health insurance and increase access. It has failed miserably in its objective, and the only way it has become affordable is with these premium tax credits and these subsidies, which are used to pay the insurance companies. Right. What I'm saying is, look, we are obviously at a point where this is slated to expire. Americans are struggling after 4 years of Joe Biden's inflationary policies. We don't want to crush them with healthcare spikes. And so if you extend this a year, it buys us time to actually fix the fundamental problems with our healthcare system. That, to me, is a reasonable approach so that the American people don't suffer because of the incompetence of the Biden administration putting these premium tax credits in for 4 years slated to expire, and an Obamacare system that has actually made healthcare less affordable for the vast majority of Americans. So to me, this is about solving a short-term problem while actually giving us time to fix the longer-term issues here.
That would be about a $45 billion expense. Over 10 years, I understand it's about $450 billion to extend those. So you're talking about a tenth of that. But what guarantees would Democrats have that after they reopen the government I mean, how would this be written? How would they agree to doing that? Because it sounds like there's a possibility that, I mean, I think you're giving in to Democrats, and that's not, you know, on closing the government, they're getting exactly what they want for not voting for a CR. That's a bad precedent, but at least we'd get the government reopened again.
We already had this bill in the works before they shut the government down. A number of us realized this was an issue, and we're working with leadership on it. The Democrats are entirely wrong to have shut the government down. They're entirely wrong to trying to be extort leadership and the White House and try to get their policy demands. This is a serious issue that we have to address, however. And so my point is open up the government, pass the clean CR that has been sitting in the Senate for nearly 3 weeks. Chuck Schumer always said, we got to keep the government funded and open. We got to pass clean CRs. You don't, bang your fist on the table. You don't stomp your feet and demand your way. So they need to do that. They need to open the government. Leader Thune has already said they are open to discussing these subsidies once the government is open. So to me, there's no guarantee to give them. There's no quid pro quo. They need to do their job. They need to make sure our troops are getting paid. They need to make sure that those Americans that rely on critical programs like WIC and SNAP have the funding for that. We have a clean CR to do all that. So pass it, open the government, and then let's address fiscal year 26 approach and issues like this.
I was trying to figure out why Leader Jeffries is so involved. It's already passed the House, but I guess I'd have to ask you the same. Question. It's not your problem. It's Schumer's problem and Thune's problem. But it is a problem, and you know, military pay is coming up. I think in a couple of October 15th. So it'll be over by then, don't you think? I think something.
No, unfortunately, Joe, no, I don't think so. I think Chuck Schumer is so petrified of his left flank. Remember back in March,
the military's not going to get paid. All the government workers are not going to get paid except for congressional members.
Right. Well, look at Schumer's quote yesterday. Every day is getting better for us. Who is us? The Democrats, not the American people, not our military, not our border patrol. This is fundamentally wrong. It's why, by the way, when Joe Biden was president, I pushed back against Republicans who wanted to shut the government down over the open border policies. While I fundamentally disagreed with Biden's open borders, I did not think shutting the government down was actually going to solve the problem. And herein lies the fundamental issue. They are not shutting the government down over healthcare. They're shutting the government down to show their progressive left base that they're fighting. That's what this is about. It has nothing to do with healthcare. If it did, they would actually sign on to the bill that would extend it by a year. And that's what I was going to Leader Jeffries to point out, the absurdity of his position.
Yeah, but that made him very, that made him very uncomfortable when you put it in the light of day like that. I can see his point. It's like, oh, stop. Anyway, thank you. Cuomo, it was 22. It's now 13 points difference. Is there any way that Mamdani is not the mayor?
Look, I think obviously so long as it's a three-person race, it makes it very difficult to get to 50. To get to 50, which is really what needs to happen here. Whoever the opposition is needs to get to 50. But obviously Cuomo is seen a little bump with Adams getting out. There's still some time left. You got to duke it out and make the case to New Yorkers about how disastrous Zohran Mamdani really will be. You looked at his blame the Jews statement the other day, which was unconscionable. At a time President Trump is negotiating peace, he's blaming the Jews for being victims on October 7th. And you look at his policies from freezing the rent to free busing, government-run grocery stores, defunding the police, shutting down prisons, legalizing prostitution. It's absurd. It's absurd on its face, and it will lead to a mass exodus out of New York. So New Yorkers need to put politics aside, and we need to rally and make sure that Zohran Mamdani is not the mayor of New York City.
All right, Congressman. We asked Jeffries, Leader Jeffries, he said he's going to say something in a couple of weeks or something. If you know you don't like what he's getting ready to do, you should be able to say it now, I would think. And they're all feckless about that because they're going to have to work with him if he's mayor. Anyway, thank you.
He's betwixt and between because you may have seen one of Zohran's closest allies, city council member, Osai Chi, he's looking to primary Jeffries. And so this is going to get fascinating in New York. Schumer's got to worry about AOC. And that's what's driving this. They are betwixt and between.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman. We got to run.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Thanks.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. And new this morning, the short list of possible picks to be the next Fed chair seems to have been cut to 5 from 11. Steve Leisman reporting that the remaining list of candidates includes Michelle Bowman, Chris Waller, Kevin Hassett, Kevin Warsh, and Rick Reeder. In other economic news, reports say that the Labor Department is recalling some furloughed staff to finish the September CPI report. It was scheduled to be released next week, but it's now expected by the month's end, of course, that inflation report, very important not only for the Fed, but also for determining how much Social Security checks will increase by next year. And Israel's government approving the first part of the peace plan to end the war in Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office are making that announcement early this morning in Israel. President Trump saying that he plans to travel to Egypt for an official signing of that ceasefire and that hostages held by Hamas will be released on Monday or Tuesday. Let's get over to Dom Chu. He's got a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Dom, good morning again.
Good Friday morning, Becky, Joe, Andrew. We're going to start things off with shares across the Pacific. And Baidu and Alibaba, both companies are sinking just at around maybe 2 to 2.5% or so. Amidst a broader sell-off in China overnight, shares of Baidu are down 13% from its 52-week high that we saw back on Monday. Alibaba is on pace for its sixth negative session in a row, down 10% from its recent high. Now, China's Hang Seng Index lower as well, with stocks posting their biggest losses in 10 weeks, so about 2% declines for the Hang Seng. Keep an eye on what's happening across the Pacific. Driving over on down to Stellantis shares, rising slightly, well, now about 1%, after releasing its third quarter shipment estimates that beat Wall Street expectations. The automaker's consolidated shipments were an estimated 1.3 million units. That's up 13% from the same time last year. Most of that increase is driven by a 35% growth rate in North America specifically. Stellantis is saying the improvement reflects benefits of normalized inventory dynamics, so that auto front playing out pretty well for Stellantis. And we'll finish off with shares of Intel and Oracle. Both are climbing after analysts increased their target prices. TD Cowen is raising Intel's price target to $35. It was $20 prior. That's an implied downside of roughly 5% from yesterday's close. Analysts there are anticipating its deal with NVIDIA will bring product-centric growth back to the company. Citi, meanwhile, increased its target price on Oracle to $415 from $395. That is a 40% implied upside from yesterday's close. Analysts there say that the pullback that Oracle has seen recently over concerns of an AI bubble makes it a better time to buy. And of course, for that and all the other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro, where subscribers, Becky, can get all the detail and context around those notable upgrades and downgrades. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Thank you, Dom. Wonderful job as always. We'll see you later.
Okay, let's talk more about markets. Peter Bookvar is here, Chief Investment Officer at One Point at BFG Wealth Partners and a CNBC contributor. Good morning to you, sir.
Andrew.
Help us understand what you think is actually going on here.
In markets,
yes,
economy.
In markets.
Well, I think this rally, the AI tech trade got a second wind after the DeepSeek news in late January. And who doesn't want to buy stocks when the Fed is cutting interest rates? So I think that's what brings us to where we are today. But there's some obviously other interesting things going on, like with the price of gold, the value of the dollar, long-term interest rates.
And that's the question, though. You see these sort of very strange cross currents, right? You have equities at these highs. You have gold at these highs. What does that even say to you?
Well, the genesis of this gold rally really started in 2022 when the EU and the EU and the U.S. confiscated half of Russia's gold reserves. Imagine the look on Xi Jinping's face then when he was holding $1 trillion of U.S. treasuries, and he said, wow, they can do that to Russia, maybe they can do that to us. So China and a lot of other central banks started to stampede into gold as Western investors were selling, because all of a sudden they were buying treasuries because they had an interest rate finally for the first time in 15 years. Since then, this year, you've had weakness in the dollar, you have the Fed cutting interest rates, you had retail and institutional investors that are now piling in. So gold, I think, has had its own dynamic relative to other parts of the market.
Where do you stand on, we had Paul Tudor Jones on the broadcast earlier this week, and he made a comment how he thought we could be in October of 1999, which is actually not a bad place to be because the market still, I think, had something like 40% to go from there. You just had to know to get off the train at the right time.
There's certainly similarities after living through that. Trying to time that, I have no idea. I do know that similar to that time frame, the amount of CapEx that was being spent was extraordinary, and we saw the end result of that. And the amount of CapEx today is quite extraordinary as well, defined as Oracle spending half their revenue, not cash flow, half their revenue on CapEx, right. And Meta and Microsoft spending a third of their revenue. Hopefully it pays off, but those are big numbers.
I don't know how you trade what he said. I mean, Paul Tudor Jones. I mean, I was watching, but
I think what you do is it's like a Chuck Prince kind of situation. You're supposed to dance while the music is still playing.
Andrew, I know what he's saying, but
you got to find a seat though when it stops.
It's win-win. He was dead wrong in May and couldn't have been more wrong, and you pointed that out because he said we're going to go to new lows. Right. Now his thing is, oh, something really bad is coming. But before something really bad comes, it's going to be unbelievably good for as long as 2 years. So possible. It's going to be, yeah, it is. But it's either you're covering, yeah, it's going to go much further, and you're also covering any time it could really collapse and be really bad. So what information are you really giving us? You can't trade that.
I think the trade is to actually be long equities right now.
As long as 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year.
I'm sure he'll be back, hopefully, before he has to make the call about when you're supposed to be out or not.
Maybe it'll be like the call in May.
But the interesting thing then, while the air came out of the 2001 tech bubble, other parts of the market did very well. There were stocks left for dead in the late 90s, ex-tech, and they actually did very well in 2001, 2000 and 2001. So just because that part of the market eventually falls, which it will at some point because the numbers are so extraordinary, but it doesn't mean that other parts of the market, international stocks, there are plenty of other things that can do okay.
Peter Bookvar, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Come on back. We'll see. We'll see when the party begins or ends.
What's the new company now, Pete?
1 Point BFG Wealth Partners. The BFG is retaining the big.
What is it?
1 Point Wealth Partners with a BFG in the middle.
BFG, what's that stand?
Bleakley Financial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think
So it was a rebranding.
No, I didn't.
Did I mangle that? I probably mangled that.
I think BFD, I think, and then I used to like it when you were Bleakley because you're always so bleak, right? I mean, it was, where'd you get bleak? That was somebody's name.
That was somebody's last name about 40 years ago.
It wasn't your view on life.
No, who left 35 years ago, so it was time for a change.
Okay, coming up, China Select Committee Chair John Molinar looking for answers about Chinese chip manufacturing in relations with companies around the world. He's going to join us next. Squawk Box coming right back.
Goldman Sachs Active ETF GPIX consistently seeks to deliver monthly income without sacrificing capital growth. Active ETFs from Goldman Sachs. Not just active, relentless.
The connected world is crazy. Infrastructure without any structure. Hackers. Vendors on vendors on vendors. Workers everywhere. But Cloudflare takes care of the crazy, protecting workers, consolidating vendors, delivering AI apps, all on an intelligent global network that fights the crazy, so you can stay calm.
In a world of conformity, it's often the innovative that stand out. At FlexJet, we've built a state-of-the-art operations control center with an international fleet of private jets and helicopters. Our red label crews are leading the way in pilot compensation, all supported by one of the world's largest maintenance networks. This is our timeless dedication to you. That's why we're outgrowing the competition 2-1. At FlexJet, you won't just be flown, you'll be moved.
Introducing CNBC Plus.
You can stream Squawk Box.
Stream Squawk on the street.
If you can't catch Fast Money in real time, watch us later on CNBC Plus.
Look at that. It's kind of good.
Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
I stand alone with fire inside, with passion burning in my veins.
You may get a little excited when you shop at Burlington.
What a low price! You see that? They have my favorite brand! It's like a whole new Burlington! I can buy two!
I'm saving so much!
Burlington saves you up to 60% off other retailers' prices every day. Will it be the low prices or the great brands? Burlington. Deals, brands. Wow, I told you so.
Sorry about that. We'd like to try the Monster menu.
The Monster menu at BK is frightfully fun for families of all kinds.
You rule.
The Financial Times reporting China has dispatched teams of customs officers to major ports to screen semiconductor shipments. It's an effort to make sure that local firms in China keep to regulatory guidance and stop importing NVIDIA's China-specific chips. Earlier this week, we spoke to NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang about winning the AI race.
In order to win the AI race, you need to have all of the world's AI developers to be building on your platform. Just as we would, if you're an app store, you would like all of the apps to run on your app store. If you're an operating system, you would like all the world's applications to run on your operating system. If you were a chip, an American tech stack, you want all of the world's AI developers to developing on your American tech stack. That's true whether we're here in the United States or whether it's developers in China.
Joining us right now is Republican Congressman John Molinar. He is the chairman of the China Select Committee. And Congressman, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. I know you saw that interview and you wanted to respond to it. What did you take away from it, and what are your thoughts on this matter?
Well, I think it's important to note, I'm in agreement that we want to see American technology dominate throughout the world, and AI is certainly at the forefront of that. But I would say in the free world, because I don't believe that we need to be partnering with Russia, North Korea, China, Iran in these areas, because what they do, especially in the case of China, is they steal our best technology and then they leverage whatever advantage they have. And Jensen is finding that out, where they're denying access to their chips in China. We've seen China come out just yesterday with a brutal policy that would withhold rare earth elements and magnets that are so key to our American economy. And so I'm in agreement that we want to have our technology exported around the free world, but we have to recognize that our adversaries are not working with us in this, and we are actually competing with them.
Yeah, I kind of look at it as two sides, where China is trying to limit access to rare earths. We are trying to do the best we can to join mining companies, take stakes for the American government in those companies and promote that so we can get to a point where we don't rely on them. They're doing the same thing with their chip companies right now, where they're not only saying you can't be using the China-specific chips from NVIDIA and others, but they are going, as of this latest report on this, that there's a real crackdown on things coming from this. The FT's reporting. They're also saying that they're trying to finally, for the first time, go after NVIDIA chips that are being smuggled into the company. They've never done that before. They've always kind of looked the other way. What does that tell you about the state of things? They want their companies to be less reliant on American chips no matter what.
I think they're leveraging everything they possibly can to coming into this possible meeting in October with President Trump. I view this yesterday's announcement by China and the Chinese Communist Party as a Sputnik moment for America. You know, in 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, a satellite into space, and what we realized is they are trying to show the world that they are going to dominate economically, militarily, technologically, and that's what China's doing right now by leveraging what they will buy and what they will sell in an effort to really hinder our economy. You know, some have called this economic warfare, you know, a Pearl Harbor moment for our economy. What to me it says is we need all hands on deck to win this competition, and we need people to stop treating China like it's a normal country in the economy. They don't deserve the normal trade relationship status. They are not a developing country. They are leveraging everything they possibly can against the United States and the world order that we have benefited from.
After the United States imposed export controls on chips, we did see an increase in other countries selling chips to China. The Netherlands and Tokyo in particular. I guess you've got ASML from the Netherlands and Tokyo Electron from Japan. What can you do about this if other countries that we're allies with don't follow along with what we're doing on this point? To Jensen's point, doesn't this get us to a point where we fall further and further behind if American architecture isn't being used around the globe?
Well, I think you make a great point that we need to work with our allies in this, and that includes Japan, it includes the Netherlands. We did a report recently on our committee, an investigation that showed that of the semiconductor manufacturing equipment, the leaders in this are all selling into the Chinese market, and from 2022 to 2024, that was their largest market. What they also have to recognize, however, is that those technologies will one day be used against them, and they are going to try and drive those businesses out of business because they have a massive subsidy program with an effort to drive out other businesses. And so I believe the free world should be working together, selling with common standards, export controls, working together to make sure we win this race for the free world.
The idea that China is not only saying they don't want the China-approved chips from NVIDIA and the like, that they're trying to say we don't want any chips, even the ones that are being illegally smuggled into this company. Does that tell you that they've got more faith in where the Chinese chip sector already is, that they think they're not going to fall behind on the AI front, even if they're relying on homegrown chips?
Well, what it shows me is that the businesses who rely on those chips want the NVIDIA chips. The Chinese Communist Party does not. They are trying to leverage this for political purposes. And if there was ever an important point that your viewers want to be aware of, is that there isn't a private sector in China. It's all controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. And whatever their policies at the moment are going to drive whatever their businesses will do. And so you see this tremendous leverage being exerted by the Chinese Communist Party to try and defeat the United States. And these businesses who would love to have the H20 chips from NVIDIA are being denied that because it doesn't fit the Chinese Communist Party's profile.
So what do you think of NVIDIA chip sales to the UAE that I think just went through this week? It looks like those have been approved at this point. It looks like the Trump administration is opening more ways for NVIDIA to sell its chips around the globe. Are you on board with that? Are you opposed to that? Do you worry that chips get sold to the UAE or somewhere else and eventually wind up in China?
Well, I think it's an important question. We do want them buying NVIDIA's chips, but we also have to have safeguards, guardrails to ensure that those technologies, whether it's data centers, other access to our best technology, does not fall into the hands of our adversaries. And as President Reagan used to say, trust but verify. We need to make sure that we are working with reliable partners who will protect that from infiltration into China, because ultimately we know there is smuggling going on. There are other problems associated with it. But if we have the guardrails, it can be a win-win where our technology provides the infrastructure and we work with like-minded people that want to see freedom and prosperity.
Chairman Molinar, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Becky.
Okay, coming up, President Trump saying he plans to go to the Middle East for that peace deal signing and the release of the Hamas-held hostages in the next few days. We're going to speak to author and former political advisor Dan Senor about the region and what is next in the peacemaking process. But first, as we head to that break, a look at the S&P 500 pre-market winners and losers. We're coming right back.
Good morning, YouTube. Bot's long, bot's up 30 points, and I don't know what to do. Market is going up, but close to all-time high again. I'm just gonna wait.
A thoughtful question, a quiet moment of trust. From there, it grows into shared goals, honest conversations, and a plan shaped around your life's ambitions. Because the connection between you and your financial advisor is everything. And by investing in it, Raymond James has built a firm where things that start simply have boundless potential.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Shimmering, that's the golden lady.
At the Farmer's Dog, our
Yeah,
fresh
you
food
can, you
plans give
want.
dogs good health and great hair.
Google.
Every morning,
put it in
even
mic,
before
man.
the market's
What is
open,
this?
I'm planning my moves that I make throughout the day.
Drake,
When you're
Eminem,
actively
I don't get
trading,
it.
the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. For me, when it comes to
Y'all
investing,
3 in the
timing
morning,
is everything,
talking
and
and
Public
drinking?
allows me to get a step ahead.
What does it mean to be rich? It's first
so
steps.
weird.
And sometimes the last word. Rich is living life your way and having someone who can help you get there.
Yeah, an hour
to
to the
being
market
rich
open. I
is
don't know what to
knowing
do.
what counts.
I want to trade, but
Jones.
man,
At IHG
nothing
Hotels
to
and
trade.
Resorts, you can unplug for the day or plunge into a long weekend.
Yeah.
Savor the moment.
NQ all-time high. Go getting there.
Earn points for free nights with
Yeah, go
IHG
sleep.
One Rewards.
CNBC. Live ambitiously.
Thank you for celebrating this anniversary with us.
You know, we talked about AI. Is that a gold rush, a sugar rush?
Everyone's focused on it. Everyone's spending.
Do you think that there is a bias against a company with a lot of Bitcoin in holdings?
Every quarter, we make new believers.
Oh, let
Nothing
me
going on
mute
before
my
you go,
mic.
"Whoa." Is it none of this retribution?
Let's let the process play out.
The great part about live TV is you get to see the answer.
Celebrating 30 years of Squawk Box and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Shares of jeans maker Levi Strauss falling, the company beating earnings and revenue estimates, raising its full-year profit guidance, but shares are down after the denim giant expressed some near-term caution as it heads into the key holiday shopping season. The stock has run up 42%, though, this year prior to yesterday's release.
I want to get a quick check on gold. We've been talking about what's been going on with gold and the stock market at the same time. They seem to not be diverging, which is the shocking part. Back above 4,000, but below this week's highs. Gold up more than 2.5% this week. It's now on pace for its 8th straight weekly gain. Gold miners trading higher as well. This morning, you can take a look right there. Hellcat Mining, by the way, up 2%.
Up next, author and expert on Israel, Dan Senor, joins us to talk about the first phase of the peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Squawk Box will be right back.
At Baird, we offer a unique perspective on wealth management.
Because you offer a unique perspective on what a life should look like.
We listen and really get to know you. Then we customize a plan, especially for you and your family.
From making your tax burden less of a burden to estate and trust strategies that protect your loved ones.
And an investment portfolio that powers your financial goals.
When the focus is on you, it makes all the difference.
Welcome to the Now Way to Network. They switched to Juniper's AI native network. And now everyone's so productive, they're operating at a higher gear. That's the Now Way to Network at work, with real AI, putting you in the fast lane.
Critics love to say that'll never work. They said it about electricity, the airplane, and space travel. But history doesn't remember the critics. It only remembers what got built. At Kodiak, we build for what's next. AI-powered transportation isn't a maybe. We created it, tested it, and it works. We love to hear them say that'll never work. That's how we know we're getting somewhere.
I got something coming up.
This fall, get ready to think fast and eat faster at Raising Cane's. With hand-battered and cooked-to-order chicken fingers. So grab a box combo and catch.
My name's Chad Powers. 1, 2, 3.
There are different ways to get to the future. Fidelity can help you save for and live in retirement with a free personal
future holds, Fidelity can help you take on retirement.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. The Israeli government voting to approve an historic deal to end the conflict in Gaza. And joining us right now is Dan Senor. He's the former foreign policy advisor to the George W. Bush administration. He's co-author of The Genius of Israel and Startup Nation and host of the podcast Call Me Back. This is quite a moment that we are in right now. And the question is it going to be lasting?
I don't know if it will be lasting, but I think I think for the near term and medium term, we are going to get real quiet. Israel's going to get its hostages back. The Palestinians will hopefully have an entity running Gaza that is not Hamas. And the threat from Hamas will be, at best, completely removed. And I think, at a minimum, seriously deterred and weakened for a long time.
So you said for the near term or the midterm. What does that mean to you from a timing perspective? Well, as we try to create stability in the Middle East and try to actually create a lasting peace?
Look, I think what we're going to see, look, I will give you my optimistic scenario. My optimistic scenario is the threat from Hamas is basically gone for years. Arab countries, the Emiratis, the Egyptians, maybe others come in to help as part of the stabilization force secure Gaza so the IDF doesn't have to do it, yet the IDF remains in sort of a buffer area to provide basic security so you can't have another October 7th-like attack. And then there is this development of an alternative to Hamas, an alternative to the Palestinian Authority that is a technocratic class of Palestinians that can actually run civilian affairs in Gaza so that Israel doesn't have to do it and Hamas is not doing that. If that all happens in the direction I'm characterizing here, describing here, I think we could be on a path towards normalization with Saudi Arabia within the next 18 to 24 months. And if that happens, I think you get real stability in the region, because if Saudi Arabia normalizes with Israel, the Arab-Israeli conflict is basically over.
Two other questions. The economic one, which is how does Gaza ultimately get funded?
Yeah.
Rebuilding there.
Yeah. I think you're going to see now a number of the Arab states, the Emiratis, maybe the Saudis, certainly Qatar is talking about it, coming in and funding major reconstruction efforts. And I think you'll see from elsewhere within the international community, a lot of funding coming in. I don't think funding is going to be a problem.
Okay, let me ask you a different question.
I think an alternative Palestinian leadership is going to be interesting to see how that develops, but I don't think funding will be
Where do you think this leaves Israel on the global stage? Benjamin Netanyahu was here at the UN. Half of the countries literally walked out on him.
Yeah.
We have a potential next mayor of New York City making comments literally on the anniversary.
Calling Israel a genocidal state.
Yes.
On the anniversary of October 7th.
And so my question to you is, from a reputation perspective for Israel, for Jewish people around the world, what do you think happens next?
Yeah, so I think it's important. It's a very important question. I get this question a lot from Jewish communities. I think it's important to draw a distinction from the day-to-day war fighting. The day-to-day war fighting, like we've seen over the last 2 years, is what is shaping the minds of people who are seeing these images that I think are driving that phenomenon that you're describing on their TikTok screens and on their television screens. I think that's going to go way down now over the next few years, because there just won't be the kind of war fighting we've seen over the last couple of years. And I think a lot of those images have been distorted, a lot of them have been manipulated, so it's unfair to Israel, but the reality is it affects public opinion in the way you're describing. Now, if you get away from the day-to-day war fighting, and then you ask yourself, okay, Israel has now basically removed the threat from Hamas. It has completely eliminated the threat from Iran, which was its biggest threat.
With the help of, with the what you would have to say was courageous help from the United States.
Indispensable.
And the Doha, what happened in Doha, all these things were done with great risk to both Netanyahu and Trump.
I thought they were.
But they didn't second-guess themselves. They didn't think about public opinion, all the stuff that we're wringing our hands about right now. And that's why we're in this position right now.
The partnership between Trump and Netanyahu, specifically on the operation in Iran, and this most recent piece still happened in part because
not succumbing to the public pressure and to the PR that we're talking about right now.
So the Trump backing Netanyahu and backing the Israeli government on going into Gaza City, which I think put extraordinary pressure on Hamas, which made them realize they needed to do a deal. So I think the partnership between the U.S. and Israel was
instead of putting the point in the journal piece that I gave you was that instead of
gave me a signed reading.
I didn't give you a signed reading.
I agree with you.
Do you agree with the piece?
Totally.
The Biden administration coddled the opposition to Israel and tried to put governors on Israel.
I think what the Biden administration's look, they did some things right after October 7th. I have to say that, but their major setback was joining the pressure campaign on Israel, which emboldened Hamas. Because at key points in negotiations, Hamas believed that the pressure was mounting on Israel.
The hand-wringing.
But I just want to come back to something you asked about, Andrew. If you get out of this war right now, the last 2 years, Hamas is gone as a threat. Iran is gone as a threat. The proxy system that Iran had been building throughout the region has been taken out by Israel, Hezbollah and other proxies. So Israel today is effectively the hegemon in the Middle East. Israel is now the most important geopolitical power in the Middle East. And it is demonstrated that it could take on a seven-front war and come out standing stronger. And I think geopolitically, economically, it's in a much bigger position. And I'll say one other point on the economic issue and whether or not Israel will be isolated. There are two laboratories for the future of warfare today in the world, Ukraine and Israel. You want to understand where the future of warfare is going? It's Ukraine and Israel. Except Israel has this incredible tech ecosystem. There's something like close to 400 defense tech startups in Israel today. There were like 150, 160 of them before the war. And this is in drone warfare, anti-drone warfare, various AI-related defense capabilities. The whole world, or at least most Western governments, certainly in Europe and elsewhere, are now increasing their defense budgets. They want to do business with those innovators. They're on the cutting edge of defense technologies. And I think there's been a lot of yelling and screaming over the last 2 years about Israel from many of these countries, specifically in Europe. I think they're going to be rushing now to figure out how to be doing business with the Israeli tech ecosystem and specifically the Israeli defense.
Why isn't it unequivocally a positive that now what you just described as the hegemon in the Middle East is a Western-style free democracy? This is exactly the outcome that we all should have been hoping for.
And as Alexander Haig once said, Israel is an unsinkable battleship, an unsinkable aircraft carrier.
Are you happy?
Yes, in the heart of a region that we, the United States, care about. Cares about. So we now have this resource in the Middle East that's our ally. It's looking out for our interests, which means the U.S. can pull back a little bit because we have this partner in the region, which, as I said and you said, is much stronger today.
Well, I just think it's unequivocally positive.
Yeah.
What happens now to Bibi Netanyahu?
He's in a better position.
He's got to make a decision. Israel has to go to elections by October of 26. So now we're just in this question of whether he goes for elections soonish, taking the win off the deal, taking the positive momentum off this deal and going to elections, or does he wait a few months? But either way, sometime between, call it January and spring, Israel's going to be going to elections. I think he's in a stronger political position today than he was, months ago. But what Israel's about to go through politically is completely untested. Israel has now fought the longest war in its history. October 7th is this inflection point for the country, and it happened under his watch. So this is like Golda Meir, after the 1973 Yom Kippur War, complete embarrassment. Israel completely caught off guard. It's the closest comparison to October 7th. It was a 19-day war. This was a 2-year war. The level of casualties, the wear and tear on society. So what the prime minister that was in charge now going for re-election, this is completely untested. That said, as I mentioned earlier, under his leadership, Iran is no longer a threat. As I said, this proxy system is now gone. Israel's economy, I think, is going to come out even stronger from this, believe it or not. So I think he's got an important story to tell that he could run on, and I think that there is the gravity of October 7th happened on his watch, and this is untested of an incumbent running for
re-election. You think Trump and Netanyahu both had a long-term strategy that would result in this outcome? Because you look at each disparate event, Fordo bombing, you look at them in a vacuum, each one of them looked like it could have been almost not necessarily seat of the pants, but you didn't know how it was going to turn out. There was great risk.
It did not look like there was coordination between them.
It didn't look like any of that. And as it turns out, it almost looks like, was it three-dimensional chess? I can't.
I think there's a tendency in the press to cover the minute-to-minute. Trump had a tough phone call with Netanyahu this morning, breaking. It was, he yelled at him. And we cover the minute-to-minute about various tensions. They disagree on this, they disagree on that. When you take a step back, you see
what they agree on.
One mode of operation over the last 2 years. What is that mode of operation is?
All the proxies.
Good cop, bad cop. That basically let Israel do what it needs to do. Trump giving them support publicly, and then so you take for instance the Gaza deal. I mean this deal that we just was just announced. When Israel announced it was going into Gaza City, and it was hugely divisive, and Europe, as Andrew said, is going crazy and going to the UN saying they can't do this, and even there was division within Israeli society about whether or not Israel should go into Gaza City. And Trump is saying, he should do it. He should do it. We're backing him. And that sent a message to Hamas and those supporting Hamas that, wait a minute, the U.S. is not going to rein Israel in. We're used to the U.S. jumping in and pulling Israel back, so the U.S. is giving them unconditional support.
What's the biggest threat you see, either midterm or long-term, with this? Is it change in administrations, change in policies on these issues? I think it's...
Yeah, I'll tell you, my biggest concern today is a major change in the historical nature of the U.S.-Israel relationship. There's a discussion going on in the U.S. today that alarms me about it's a problem. I will just say this analytically. It's a problem that's more it's escalating on the left, more on the political right. So I do worry about a future administration, not just a Democrat administration, but like a hard left progressive administration. For instance, it was just a few weeks ago in the Senate voted on a resolution to cut off arms sales to Israel.
Joe Biden supported Israel.
Right, and so was Joe Biden the last of a generation in the Democratic Party? Because when that vote came up, when that vote came up in the U.S. Senate, over half of the Senate Democrats voted to cut off arms. And those are some Senate Democrats who used to be stalwart supporters of Israel. So if those are the kinds of people and that worldview that populates a future administration, that to me, from the U.S.-Israel relationships perspective, is scary. It's alarming. I can't emphasize enough the degree to which Israel depends on the U.S., but also the U.S. depends on Israel. We get more out of this relationship than one could argue. We get more out of this relationship as Americans than Israel does because of the security presence that Israel gives us in the region. And so if there's suddenly a view towards abandoning that, that worries me.
Dan, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Sir. Appreciate it.
All right, still to come this morning, the number of AI partnerships between companies is growing. We will speak to Michael Wolf, the CEO of tech consulting firm Activate, about some of the AI deals that could drive the next phase of growth. The futures this morning show the Dow up by about 70 points now. NASDAQ indicated up by just over 15 points. S&P futures up by 5. Squawk Box will be right back.
At AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans. What we can't guarantee, your employees having a similar work style. You hired them, or your staff all having the same vibe. I like this style. And your design team being on the same page?
Bold choice.
For 2002.
What AT&T does guarantee, our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
Hey, small business owners, pickleball's kind of like bookkeeping and accounting, right? Lots of strategy, lots of effort, and if you don't have the right partner, you just won't win. It's time to team up with a winning partner. Call Zendu, and let's get that win today. Zendu, the official bookkeeper and accountant for small businesses.
We need to find ways to optimize the use of the land. Agrivoltaics involves putting solar modules on top of lands to generate energy while also supporting food production.
At the InnoAgri experimental platform, we test different technologies and study their impact on crop growth.
What we do here in France could have a real impact across Europe and beyond.
$10,000 by next month?
I don't see... Hey, we won't know unless we try, right? How long have we waited for something like this?
We'll have to alert suppliers, coordinate shipments.
Already alerted, already coordinated. Every supplier sees changes as they happen.
Since when can we just scale up mid-cycle?
Since we brought in BDO.
People who know BDO.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
In a world of conformity, it's often the innovative that stand out. At FlexJet, we've built a state-of-the-art operations control center with an international fleet of private jets and helicopters. Our Red Label crews are leading the way in pilot compensation, all supported by one of the world's largest maintenance networks. This is our timeless dedication to you. That's why we're outgrowing the competition 2-1. At FlexJet, you won't just be flown, you'll be moved.
October 15th, financial experts, investors, and policymakers gather in D.C. for critical conversations on America's economy. CNBC's Invest in America Forum. Learn more at cnbcevents.com/invest. Weeknights.
Of course, I always worry when a stock goes up as much as NVIDIA has, but stocks are risk assets, so if you're not concerned about risk, well, then you're in the wrong business.
Mad Money, weeknights 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
AI giants NVIDIA, OpenAI, and Oracle have built a circular network of billion-dollar partnerships, each relying on the other as the AI wars accelerate. And join us now is Michael Wolf, Activate CEO and co-founder. And like so many things, it kind of looks good and makes sense, but then you realize that times in the past, things like this haven't necessarily turned out.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of chatter.
Is it okay?
Well, there's a lot of chatter saying it's a bubble, and the reality, it's
no,
not.
I mean the vendor financing, the insular relationship between companies that are doing business with each other, being funded by each other.
It's really not vendor financing. This is you've got all of these companies. They're all investing, making huge investments in infrastructure, and at this level of investment, of course, they're all going to partner up to do it. But they're investing really because there's going to be real demand, and the real demand is here.
Andrew, we talked about. I mean, are we worried about it or not? Can it end badly?
The question is why it's being done this way, right?
Money's got to come from somewhere.
Well, the money's got to come from somewhere, but you have no concern at all about how you're taking companies that effectively can't afford to make the commitments that they're making, right? They can't afford to make the commitments they're making, just empirically. They don't have the cash.
Right.
And so they are getting the money from, in the case of NVIDIA, they're getting the money from the folks who they're making the commitment to buy the chips from and using that money to go buy the chips. Meantime, you can look at the AMD deal, which is the reverse of that.
It's too late to take a nap now. Just stay up and trade.
But we know that if we commit
Sleeping doesn't help.
Your stock is
What do you mean
going to go
I have
up. We'll take warrants in
$5.50
your
left?
stock.
What do you mean
Your
you have
stock is gonna go up
$5.50
as a result
left
of
in the
this.
bank?
We're going to be able to take the money
Oh,
from
drawdown.
that and go buy the chips that we also couldn't afford to buy.
I just blow that shit and just
couple answers to your question. One
what
of them
happened?
is
Oh, bot went
that
short.
they're
Oh,
going to buy this
damn.
stuff some other place. Yes, they're investing in each other. In a lot
Bot
of ways,
short
this
now.
isn't- When people talk about it circular, it's actually much more like a hub and spoke. I mean, NVIDIA at this moment, for the moment, NVIDIA has the virtual monopoly on the chips that power everything else. And of course,
Yeah, I don't know
we're
what to
seeing
do with
this
this
kind of
market,
investment,
man.
a lot of this just comes down to one thing. Is the demand going to be there? And all of the signs are that the demand...
So, by the way, I'm not arguing to you that long-term, AI is not going to be some amazing thing. I'm a big believer, and I'm a big believer that OpenAI will be amazing, and AMD and NVIDIA will all have a future. I'm not suggesting this all. All I'm suggesting is, in 1999, we had a hiccup, more than a hiccup, right? I mean, that's what happened, 2000. And you could have a shift in the sentiment in the marketplace. Right now, for whatever reason, the stock market is giving folks higher valuations when they say they're going to spend more. That's unusual.
Well, because it's in expectation that there's going to be a bigger business.
Right, but there could be a moment where the market says, you know what, we don't like it this way. We're just not. And there were times, by the way, even with Amazon and others, where they said, you know, this is not going to work for us. And when those moments happen, if enough of that happens at one time, things start to break.
But here's where there's the difference, which is in the late 90s, what we saw was the equipment companies, Nortel and others, making huge investments, Lucid and others. They were giving credit to WorldCom, Sprint, AT&T to buy equipment, but the demand wasn't there. When the demand didn't materialize, they couldn't pay back that credit.
Oh, by the way, yes, there's demand. The question is there demand at prices that are even close to profitable? No. So yes, there's demand at not, by the way, there was demand for MoviePass too, but the economics of it didn't work. So,
well, the economics didn't work, but not at this scale. I mean, we've got, look at it from a consumer perspective. Today, you've got ChatGPT, 5 to 6 billion visits each month. And the revenue is there. It's growing fast. But you've also, but that compares to Google today, which is close to 200 billion visits a month. And so much of what Google is going to deliver is when you go to a query, it's going to deliver an answer with Gemini. So when people...
but the marginal cost of delivering that answer is so much higher than what it was.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's a real issue.
Right. Well, the market for the longest time with many of these companies, and certainly with the Mag 7, has been willing to bet ahead of
so let me ask you, okay, so here we are today, it's we're in 2025, October 10th.
Did you see that? You had to look up the year. I just watched.
I did.
He looks at it in terms of when his book is coming out.
No, let's think about October 10th of 2030, 5 years from now, okay? And my question to you is, will these companies be profitable then?
Will these companies be profitable? Some of them will be profitable, some of them won't. It depends on how they're accounting.
And how much time do you think that the marketplace, the investor class, is going to give folks? That's the question, right? That's the dream. And by the way, you could look at Tesla and say, here was a company that was given, and by the way, Amazon too, was given an enormous runway to go do this. And now it became,
almost 8.
Capital became a competitive advantage. Right?
What's
and so that could happen to AI. I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying
I'm back. I'm just
things,
getting my Twitter stuff set up for this
circular,
promo coming up in 10 minutes.
Tripping. And people didn't like round tripping.
No, they didn't. They didn't. Before that, they called it check kiting. But this is not that. I think that the market is going to continue to bet. Actually, the reason why the market is betting on companies when they're spending is because it's an indication that they're going to be investing, that they're not going to be left behind. They're not going to be the losers in this.
Right. Did
Google.
the AMD run up of
Yes,
25%
shut the fuck
on
up.
stock on the news?
Stop typing and don't want to
AI
read.
makes
Just speak on the mic.
It makes sense because now we've got another AMD that becomes a real competitor in this. I mean, up until now, really, it's been NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the monopoly. Breathes some new life, and it makes it look like AMD could also be in this game.
Can I throw one other question at you, which is, if these companies are as successful as I think they ultimately actually need to be to sustain these kind of valuations and to have the kind of investor support we're talking about, they're going to have to create a lot more productivity in our economy. Now, productivity is also a euphemism, typically, for less jobs.
Fuck you.
And so if you have either mass unemployment or just a lot of unemployment, how do you think that in of itself impacts the rest of the economy and maybe even these companies themselves?
Yeah, there's so many different points of view in terms of whether it's going to create fewer jobs or more jobs and more demand. I mean, here's something that happened today. Starting today, ChatGPT is no longer an app. It is now a super platform because you can go onto it today. DoorDash, Expedia, all of those, you can go there. So suddenly it's creating demand that wasn't going to be there in the past. Yeah, a lot of the applications today...
It's going to create demand that wasn't going to... Oh, so you don't think that that's just a swap. You actually think that it's going to create demand for ChatGPT or for these services?
For these services.
So you think there wasn't demand for these services?
You little snitch.
Okay, then you and I are going to completely disagree. I think the distinction is instead of going to Uber Eats, here I may go to Uber Eats there, but I don't think that I go to Uber Eats more as a function of the fact that I'm on ChatGPT.
Absolutely, you'll go more. You'll absolutely. This is Exactly.
You're not trading
It will
Apex
make it
anymore,
much more
Google?
convenient. It is the place that you will go. It will dramatically improve.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, let me ask you this. Google. My nephew's been saying, what's it called? Is it 6-7? Yeah, he keeps saying 6-7. Does it mean something?
It hasn't been.
It's so retarded when he was saying it, though.
Well, I don't agree.
I thought it means
think
something
that
stupid, but
if
my
you look
wife
at
was
the
like,
apps
oh no, it's
business-
nothing. They don't know, it's nothing.
Look at the apps business.
Does it mean
You end up
something, like
seeing
something
what happened with
nasty, or
the
just,
iPhone
I don't
is
get it.
Going back to 2007.
No, it doesn't mean
as soon as
anything?
We had an app
Okay, so
economy,
he
we
keeps saying
grew a whole new
6,
set of
7.
businesses.
I was like, shut the
When
fuck
you're a
up.
growing business, I agree, but at some point you become a mature business.
People that want to know.
I guess it's cute the way he's saying it, but I don't see what's so funny about it,
But
though.
it suddenly it creates all sorts of other demand. It's you've got something giving you a suggestion of how to
Did
how to
you
get
own
some.
pets.com?
No.
I looked up 6-7. I just saw a basketball player dunking, so I don't know what it means.
Into guaranteed lifetime income
It's
for whatever the occasion
the
calls
sales is
for.
at
Bright House
9
Financial,
Eastern,
built for what's
so
ahead.
not yet. 5 minutes, Google.
Imagination in flight begins
It ends at
with a sheet
5
of paper,
Eastern,
couple
so you got time.
and a simple throw.
No.
The
No,
exhilaration
no,
and
that.
wonder
We gotta trade.
behind flight
No,
never
not, buddy.
fades. At
Today?
GE Aerospace,
Oh, do not touch any of your
what
your TPT that you
into
already
what's
passed, right? Don't be
next.
stupid.
Because when the right idea catches the wind, there's no limit to how
Yeah,
far
Adderall's
the
not
next
good for you.
generation will go.
Makes you crazy. Angry too. Rage.
Wealth management begins and
I don't
ends
think
with you.
Are you still gonna buy another 75K for the tournament Tuesday? What
Powerful
TPT?
the result. We treat your goals as our own.
No, I'm not mean. I
And our
can't stand
experienced
bit people
advisors
too.
design custom-built strategies to help you get there.
I'm starving
It's time
though.
for
Oh
a
my
wealth
god.
management
I pooped
experience
so much
as
this morning.
sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you really a licensed electrician?
Trust, especially
Bro, now why you call me step bro? That sounds so
CFP
gay.
professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP.
Every day,
Oh,
I'm checking
man.
the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. When
I've
you
never
sponsor a
seen a
job
pub
on
place
Indeed,
open at
candidates
9.
can find
Over
it
here, most of them
so
open
you
at
can
11.
hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I wish pub place open at 9. It's actually good.
This fall,
Looks like NQ wants to drop.
get ready to
I'd open, but I don't know.
and eat faster.
I'm too scared to trade today. I don't know why.
Battered and cooked to order chicken fingers. So grab a box combo and cash.
Tao is so stupid. He DM'd me, said, thanks, step bro. I was like, dude, Tao, I'm not gay. Yo, shut up, Google. Google, what else do you have though? What else can you DM me what you're trading right now? The accounts, which firm and shit. No, I know you have 6. You had 5 that you're done. So you got 1. So you're only trading 1 now? Just 1 TPT, nothing else? No Apex, nothing?
Saying this morning that the labor market is just
Nothing else,
not
right?
that
Like you
strong
got
in his
0,
words,
nada.
And he believes that we probably need more rate
Man, you
cuts,
was
but the
stupid
Fed
with that
has to be
Apex. Oh my
cautious.
god. All that work.
Market site Kalshi announcing another
6
$300
days
billion
of work.
in
I'll get you
financing.
something, Google.
Reports say that
Let me
that would
go
give the company a valuation
find
of
what I
$5
have.
billion.
Well, I'll wait till you
Over to
get
Dow
done with
Jones.
the
Got one more look at this morning's pre-market movers,
TPT,
Dom.
then I'll
Some
get you
interesting
something.
analyst calls, Becky, out there. We're going to start things off with shares of Clorox. Right
What's up,
now,
Gambit?
those shares are not really moving that much in the pre-market, but Barclays analysts do expect the company to talk down its fiscal year 2026 outlook. They're noting some slower consumption and lower performance this year, with shares down now about 26%. So keep an eye on what's happening there. Moving on to what's happening with Intel, those shares are actually up 1.5% after TD Cowen analysts raised their target price to $35 from a prior $20. That's still an implied downside of 5% from yesterday's close, but the analysts there are saying that it's anticipating its deal with NVIDIA will bring product-centric growth back to the chip maker. Intel shares have already almost doubled so far this year. And we'll finish off with shares of Oracle. Those shares are up slightly, just to the tune of now 2%. After analysts at Citigroup contributed to the move higher, their target price actually goes up on Oracle to $450.
That's way too big. Oops.
That's again another
Holy
40%
cow.
upside from yesterday's closing price. The analysts there say that the pullback that we saw recently over the concerns of the AI bubble make it a better time to buy on a risk-reward basis. So keep an eye on Oracle shares up 2%. That's the pullback we're talking about, so it's not very deep. Now, for more on that and other calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers can get all the access to detail around those big upgrades and downgrades. Becky and Joe and Andrew. Joe, I'll send things back over to you.
Thank you, Don. Yeah, Waller also said that the labor market is so weak that you can't get wage increases, so that it'll be a one-off. It'll be one thing, tariff, and then it won't be the wage price. Is next week the big week? It's 1929 week, is it not?
The big week.
It's the kickoff.
Tuesday.
Not for the markets. It's not going to be like 1929. For the book. For the book.
9 a.m. Eastern time, so yeah, it's 9 a.m.
Walk on the Street is next.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Futures trying to steady after the Dow's worst session since September 23rd. Government shut down in day 10, although it looks like we might get CPI in time for the next Fed meeting. 10-year back below 4.1 on continued consumer jitters. Our roadmap begins with the record run for stocks as this bull market
I didn't change your name, dude. Stop typing like a little gangster, little gangster boy. I'm busy working.
The stock is hitting new highs. It's in fact getting kind of
okay, I got you. Give me a second, out of work.
And the list of candidates for the next Fed chair is down to 5 from 11. This is after a number of interviews with the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who will be a key in that decision. Of course, the president is the first key.
Oh, it's not live yet, so I better change my thing. Oops.
Bull run here on Wall Street. Jim, we've crunched some numbers, and we can take a look at how much things have gained in that time.
Chill, cousin.
I think that we're back, unfortunately, in that period where we started, where in bottom were the hyperscalers, and now what we were saying the other day, the hyperscalers are still there. We still care tremendously, and then there's the companies that in Silicon Valley, I would say pre-revenue, and then there's the vast majority of the market that actually did bottom, but is now finding its way back.
Yeah, I don't know what NQ is going to do. NQ is being stupid. So I'll just wait for like 15 minutes after the open. I gotta go pee. I'll be back.
Then you'll have the home builders, which are really threatening to completely roll. The retailers act so badly. Most of the drug stocks are horrendous. There's a huge percentage of the market that I regard as a bear market now, which is really crazy because we're at the average that are fantastic.
Home Depot lows down about 12 from the highs. Home builders could actually put in their worst week since 22.
It's incredible how much of a reversal we have of what bottomed and we felt we got so optimistic about. Look, there are some technology stocks that it's broadened in terms of tech. It's shrunk in terms of healthcare. David, there are companies though that now you just presume they're going to be up today, like Rocket Labs. You know what? Rocket Labs is up. Rigetti's going to be up. This is D-Wave day. This is that part of the market that I just say Robinhood runs. It's Sherwood Forest, that part of the market.
You've been talking about that part of the market for a while. It's been concerning to you for a bit of time.
Are we short now, Google, or no? We got 30 minutes left. Bought a short. Let me see. No, it looks like it wants to go up again. I don't know. I don't think short is good. At least not yet. I don't think the short is good. Yeah, I'm flat. Google, you still didn't DM me, man. What account are you trading?
That's what I look at it.
We're wondering how long that would take.
They did score 17 points, but that was a lot less than
I'm just those companies I'm talking about.
New York Giants scored. Yeah, no, they haven't earned any money, nor has IBM in this area, although they are seen as the leader in many ways.
Well, they've sold 8 of them, but the good thing about IBM is the rest of the business is actually doing pretty well.
Right.
They have a huge amount of revenues, and these companies are loved by younger people. I get stopped at an airport by a younger person. They don't really even care about NVIDIA.
Yeah, that TPT is dead.
They're not looking at free
It's
cash
dead.
flow, which of course NVIDIA has by the hundreds of billions.
Right. No, they want pre-revenue.
That said, many of the companies that are spending hundreds of billions on the AI build out that we talk about every day, we finally got to it in 3 minutes and 50 seconds into the show, are depressing their free cash flow in a significant way. Oracle's certainly one amongst them.
Oracle's the one I'm most concerned
it's
about.
up. You can see in the pre-market. Looks like it may be up a little bit today. Some positive research out. I am going to be speaking to the company's new CEOs.
You do that?
Magic, just magic.
I'm around Vegas on
You're doing your own thing next week.
I'm out there with Vegas. If I can drop in.
No, you're not in Vegas. You're somewhere else.
I could drop. I'm in San Francisco.
You're not invited. You're not invited. Not invited.
Doesn't he know that? Doesn't he know who I am?
I think we all know where you're going to be, Jim.
Yeah, you got dreams, baby, dreams.
I think that's important. I'll tell you why it's important. Because, well, among most reasons, is because they're the one that I think's a bridge too far. If it weren't for Larry Ellison, I would say, wow, look at that list. If I weren't for Larry Ellison, I would say I don't believe it.
You have Hot Tan joining you?
Why not?
That's pretty good. Right there.
I see you, those two guys from Oracle, and I raised you with Hot Tan.
That's one companies.
That's 1.7 trillion in market cap right there.
I'm glad you mentioned it because most people still don't recognize it. But I do think that your two guys will be the key here. Why? Because they're the ones that have to raise the money. And I don't know where it comes from. And there's no lazy Susan.
I think that's the place my sister took me and my wife. It's okay. It wasn't good. It's kind of like Americanized.
It's going to be what, 60 billion over the next 5 years, at least that is the plan. Talking about raising the money, though, Jim, it's not Oracle, it's OpenAI. Where's all that? I mean, they have made as much as $1 trillion worth of commitments. I wasn't here earlier in the week when you guys obviously were talking about that AMD deal, the stock of which soared until yesterday, but up some 40+% over
yeah, it's open early. Stop fucking tagging me every freaking minute, man. I don't care, man.
Yes.
I fucking hate talking to bit people.
I know he does.
He thinks he's going to crush it. I bet you secretly.
I hate bit people too. Yeah.
Number out there, but I think 1 trillion, 1.25 trillion, not a problem.
Right. Well, we should put it in perspective. OpenAI, as a private company, is currently
Gambit is right. I stood Gambit up like 20 times. We're supposed to go eat.
Value, that is again private market value, so you're not seeing the stock trade to get a.
Okay, Lucid posted. Okay, I'll post.
Why does he believe this is
50% off Lucid.
I think that he just
flash sell reset.
Sam Altman started everything. Second, he thinks the product rollouts are all going to be fantastic. Now we've already had. I mean, look, Carl was talking the other day about Sora. Well, Sora 2,
yeah.
I mean, that is, the downloads there will be significant. So what Jensen is saying is, when I asked him about it, he goes, Jim, when you see the revenues, the revenues are going to blow you away. And if the revenues blow you away, we're going to get more than that.
All right, the reset's live now, so 50% off on Lucid reset.
Like beachfront property or something.
They must have, but you know, and Sora 2 is well, you can see it right there. That said, it also could. Again, I can't help but focus on the societal impact of AI and what it's going to mean, and the fact that everybody's going to be able to create videos that are not real, and yet how many people are going to believe they are, and what is that going to look like, and what is the truth going to ultimately be. But it's going to use a lot of compute and a lot of power, so there you go. I did. Yesterday we actually mentioned it. Yeah, the amount of compute used for Sora is what? How many times is it? Video generation. 3,000 times what it is for a single shot chatbot.
Look, we have Nikesh Arora, right? And we have George Kurtz. We have Palo Alto, and we have.
Did it work, Google? Did the reset work?
Between us and being.
I don't know how much a 50K reset is. I didn't blow an account.
That's the wall. And now I happen to think it's the wall's run by.
But just reset your 100K. See how much it is. Let me know how much the 100K is.
People from saying outrageous things like.
Just what do you mean? They can just put a video up.
Oh, that's so cheap. That is freaking cheap, Google. Do it. That is cheap.
David, I am saying that you should sell your
Good
NVIDIA and short it.
stuff, Google. Good stuff.
Create you and your voice saying buy or sell something. This is happening now. And it's
How's that cheap? It's better than 178. I'm not gonna say it.
Things to tell people that it's
I gotta be nice.
I was at a small banking conference yesterday.
Are you not gonna reset? You know, the $82 is what you pay buying a new 50K. So if it's $82 for 100K, that's a steal. Remember, there's no monthly fee. Remember that, just one-time fee. So yeah, I mean that's how much you pay for the 50K. But you know, this is the 100K reset, so that's a steal. Oh, this is $45 for a 50K reset.
In the larger world as well. Yeah, I think about it a lot. I don't have any answers.
A lot? Really? Like you get up in the morning and talk to your kids about it?
All the time. And that said, I don't come to any conclusions, Carl, and I'm not sure any of the, I mean, the experts are divided on it as well.
You got to hug your wife and kids, man.
I do that as often as possible. Don't you worry.
There was an item.
Dude, I wish you didn't cancel those. Gotta tell Box. Tell Box.
And that customers are turning away from Azure because they don't have enough. At the same time, they pulled the plug on this data center.
Everybody should reset Lucid if you have the money, because that is a steal.
Data center being developed in North Dakota.
Big steal. Big steal. That's so cheap.
I mean, it's like Area 51, this thing is North Dakota.
Listen, you've got best people. Look at all the old Bitcoin miners. I mean, Applied Digital today, it's not a $7+ billion company.
You're going in trader, aren't you?
Well, no, it's going to be up sharply.
Right.
APLD.
We don't know. They got a good deal.
And because they have, and again, the reason is the Bitcoin miners of old who now are, basically they have power in place. They have contracts to actually take power, and that is of a value.
I'm busy. I have to promote. My Lucid. I love Lucid.
You have power. We want it. We're CoreWeave. We want to get your access to the power so that we can take over this data center. And then,
the core scientific
well, I will talk about it. Would you like me to talk about it now or later?
I don't know.
Well, over there, EP says later.
It could be too boring.
He just said later.
The wizard.
And how about Elon Musk's sales and
Can we get a shot at
balance it?
Pay no attention to
the bestseller list at all times. How about Musk?
What? How did we get there?
Because I wanted to.
We were just talking about Todd Bonin saying don't talk core scientific.
I wanted to jack up the segment.
What are you referring to?
When you mention Musk, your numbers get jacked up.
Oh.
That was last night's themes at the low boards. Yeah. Tyler Matheson. He said, you got to talk about. Thank you. Tyler Matheson did a masterful job as Master Hammer. And he said, the low boards. What's the matter?
Nothing.
I'm just being brilliant.
You just went somewhere that no viewer has any idea.
I had no right to do what I did, and I didn't mean to hijack
you. And we were really going pretty well.
No, go back to the.
We were on a linear.
Yes, you should reset. Yeah. Lucid is like Tradeify. Not TPT. TPT has daily payout. Lucid doesn't. But yeah, reset is $80-something. It's a good deal for 100K. Just do it, Google.
For Fed Chair 25 from 11, and that person could
now you reset it now because you're gonna blow your TPT right at open, so you're gonna need something to play. Reset.
Fed Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman, Governor Waller, along with NEC Director Hassett, former Fed Governor Warsh, and BlackRock Fixed Income CIO Rick Reeder. Earlier on Squawk, Steve asked Waller in his interview with Treasury. Take a listen to his response.
It was actually a great interview. I mean, it was
yeah, post it on Twitter, cuz
aspects of the Fed. Talk about various speeches I'd given, my points of view. They kind of wanted to follow up on details of it, and I just thought it was great. I mean, it was really, there was nothing political about it. There was nothing. It was all serious economic discussions.
They touched on tariffs. They touched on private equity and some of the instability we have there.
Well, I listened to
private credit.
Yes.
Yeah.
I listen and know these people, and they're kind of conservative like Powell. They are. They're all real. I mean, Rick Reeder. Come on, Rick Reeder is one of those guys. All right, that I have to tell you. I don't know whether he's conservative.
15 minutes and the market's
gonna
liberal.
I know that he's smart. That is the way I feel about a lot of these people.
No, they're all. But listen, Kevin Warsh is a very capable guy, though, as well. Very smart.
Ideological, but certainly willing to bend. These are all. I met Michelle Bowman for the first time yesterday. I mean, she's just like a Titan community.
Hassett is also pretty. I mean, we know where he's coming from, though.
No, but he hangs out with a different crowd hangs out with a tech crowd.
Who were you hanging out with yesterday when you were doing this?
Important people.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the mood was?
Yeah, what'd you find out there? Super sleuth.
The mood was upbeat. These were three brilliant community bankers, a banker from Texas, a banker from the Southeast, and a banker from Wilmington, North Carolina, who's done a lot, who's probably the most forward information technology banker hurt in the country, and they need rate cuts. The last ladder is the largest small business lender in the country, and we need rate cuts.
So they're upbeat, but they need rate cuts.
They need rate cuts. They say if they get rate cuts, they can really turn it on. First, what's the matter?
Nothing. Just listening.
Well, I just was pointing. I mean, these people they represent as Larry Kudlow would say, the backbone of America.
Okay, but to Carl's point, things are good, but we need rate cuts, or
no,
we need rate cuts to make them good?
The people who are not doing well in this country need rate cuts. How about that?
Journal today, auto
It's
delinquencies.
so stupid, Google.
Portion that are 60 days late. That's a record high. We've seen stories about farm bankruptcies, foreclosures up 20, airport traffic to DIA down year on year.
Let's see what we're gonna do today. I don't want to trade because I don't want to blow up because it's Friday.
Interview with Phil. I don't know if you caught it. It was just fantastic.
Yeah.
By the way,
I was next to a congressman who represents a lot of farmers. He just said, "How come you guys don't cover how bad it is? It's just terrible." And they feel sold out by the soy.
I don't know. What's the take overall in the economy then?
We have two. This is again, you have the rich and the not so rich and the not rich.
Guys, see oil today? Can we bring?
That is
why is
nasty,
oil breaking down
Google.
like this today? Take a look.
You have lotion. Where's a box of Kleenex? Google.
That would make sense. Let's hope that's true.
What is that light thing that's lighting up right under your monitor? What is that? Looks pretty cool.
Gold up, oil down.
Gold dip? No, there's a...
Not today, I don't think, right?
Silver is the corner.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting part, great chart on B of A today, the number of barrels you would need to buy an ounce of gold. I mean, it's rare you see these two commodities
That's a speaker?
go in such different
That's pretty
directions.
cool.
I think I've been saying that oil
It lights up.
plummet here. I still believe that central bank and individual buyers in China have moved gold. But that's who's moving gold. Not
Can I have it?
They're trying to get optionality against the dollar, is what most argue.
Well, look, I'm
Oh,
different.
$10. Okay.
Boyd, I think, is the leading spokesperson.
Yeah, my
for
monitor
gold.
is my
He's the
speaker.
chairman of Agnico Eagle, and he just said, look, Jim,
We have a Lucid race today, Google on YouTube, okay? I hope you win because you haven't won anything yet.
I was thinking that it was people who were
What time?
rushing away from a
Most likely at 11.
And he said, no, it's Chinese central bank and Chinese individuals who desperately want gold as a store of value.
Oh, you taking a nap?
We got China.
And nobody asked you to get drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning and then sing to an Indian guy.
Just looking at companies to take a stake in, I think, that do rare.
Yeah, he's going to have to move fast, given the new license requirements from China. 0.01% of your product has a rare earth in it. You got to get a license.
Wow, how'd you get? I like the way you just
Not Lucid Challenge, the Lucid Race.
We're going to touch on some of these restrictions, what it means for the meeting in South Korea in just a few weeks. We'll get to a bunch of news and chips, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, look at the consumer, Levi's on the tape today. There's a look at the pre-market, improving a little bit. We're back in a minute.
Oh yeah, let me change the name. Hold on. We don't want anything, right? Nothing on it. There you go.
Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What did she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC?
We actually sold the twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man.
I want a short NQ, but I think it's gonna pump, so I don't know.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
What if you could put aside your doubts and look to retirement with excitement? At Bright House Financial, we specialize in annuities and life insurance that help protect what you've earned and ensure it lasts. Bright House Financial, build for what's ahead.
Mary's Fun Shop. Nah, too boring. Ugh.
No, I'm not gonna do that, man.
Why? The worst.
Yeah, let me do
That's
this.
so bad. Rein it in, Mary. There it is.
Naming a business? Hard. Swagging it out? Easy. Move your business forward with swag you can count on from Custom Ink.
That's so racist because he's Indian. So he has to sing Aladdin? Oh my god.
Never miss
Racist.
a moment.
Are
are we going to make the sportswear and the sneakers in this country ever?
The hurdle is not the ability to manufacture, it's the material sourcing.
Yeah, Gambit doesn't sell.
You have to position yourself.
You actually posted
It's
that.
October 9. All the ingredients are in place for some kind of a blow-off.
Alright, let me go clean my desk.
Find a
Fuck
nuanced
you.
strategy that allows America to win AI developers around the world and win AI markets around the world.
Get this exceptional offer on select Cadillac models. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
I'm in the shadow where I shine bright, dressed like the dark. Darkness feels right. I'm in the shadow.
Action continues to surround the chips. Marvell's going to lead the NDX pre-market gainers. Morgan Stanley joins Goldman, taking Nvidia to 210. Got a price target increase of AMD and Intel at TD Cowen. We'll get to all of that. And Kramer's Mad Dash in the opening bell in just a moment.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you.
Oh, where's my tree?
We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Oh no, is this the episode with the breakup? Rebo, we can't agree on the house. Y'all need Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find the one today. This could be it. Better put a key ring on it. Realtor.com.
What if we start going after the big banks, we grow into more countries, we go into Europe, we go into US? Standing here today, 20 years later, we actually disrupt the whole retail banking industry. The retail banking industry has made too much money and hasn't taken the best interest of its customers. And that's what we're trying to do. And the billions we've given back in zero interest to our customers is amazing.
I can't wait to see their faces when we come out.
What seems to be the problem, soldier?
The bell is full of Greeks.
Sneaky cowards.
Innovation changes everything.
Send it back!
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Age-related memory decline? Meet new Qunol Brain Health, the first and only tablet to combine 2 high-absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust Qunol for more comprehensive brain health support.
October 15th, financial experts, investors, and policymakers gather in D.C. for critical conversations on America's economy. CNBC's Invest in America Forum. Learn more at cnbcevents.com/invest.
All right, let's get to it. Last mad dash of the week as we count down to an opening bell that'll be here in about 7 minutes. Want to go back to quantum?
Yeah, well, just because I was talking to Carl the other day about when you want to see a peak in this Sherwood Forest that I'm talking about, the stocks that are pre-revenue or have revenue but not much, particularly quantum, nuclear. you're going to have to see some insider selling. You have to see some huge amount. They've been bid up by retail. IONQ, a total bid up by retail stock, pricing $2 billion equity offering. David, it's not just common stock. It has $93 per share. It's got all sorts of warrants. What that does is make it very hard to short. You don't know what the real valuation of this is. Priced at 93, but I'm just saying, like, who knows what the warrants are. But see, this is what you have. You have retail taking this stock up. By the way, mostly at night and early morning. And now you suddenly get a huge slug of $2 billion in equity. That's what we saw in March and April of 2000. I don't like this group. You know that. I think that the quantum stocks time has not yet come, although Jen Simon, when you ask him, he says, look, it could happen. But there's a bunch of stocks that look just like this.
The fact that they can sell $2 billion worth of equity, though, at whatever it was, 75?
They're first out of the chute. I think this is the beginning. I think everyone's going to take their cue from these guys to say, boy,
well, to the point we were making earlier, none of these companies are generating profits, so they obviously are consuming capital, and they need it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way the capital markets work. But and I do think that they're real companies. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just saying that when you see how much stock is being sold after how much the retail market has bid it up, now you need institutional money because the retail can't handle a $2 billion offering. That could be a sign that you got to be a little more circumspect. How about that?
Okay.
I'm not going for 2000 because this is not the whole market. The whole market was in on 2000. This is just quantum and flying cars, uranium and nuclear and satellite.
Crypto treasury included in that or no?
Yeah, we have to ask. There's a couple of guys that are regular contributors. That's who you ask. Don't look at me. One's sartorially challenged, and the other guy is just living high.
All right, we got an opening bell about 5 minutes from now. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime and anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World.
CNBC's daily digital show has trading updates, the latest headlines, a global perspective, and high-profile interviews. Scan to watch CNBC's Crypto World, sponsored by Crypto.com.
Manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Go, 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 go. Raising the club, I might just pause. Look at my feet, come kiss my toes. I move my waistline fast and slow. I do too much, yeah, I do plenty. Friday and I just got paid. I can talk my talk for days. They love how I fling my braids.
Keep your chest lifted.
Let's go, let's go. Let's go, 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 go.
With the vision to see what's possible and the grit to make it happen, Morgan Stanley can help create the future only you can see.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia.
Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches, only at ClearChoice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I had no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations, to build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies, to innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
as we do open lower. S&P's down 13 of the last 16 days.
Well, because they're trying to wear us all out, make us go home. But forget it. We have strength. We have power. We're not going anywhere. There's nothing really to hang your hat on. But don't get discouraged, because it is going to happen. There is going to be a moment where the Fed is going to push us. Wages down, not happening yet. Food will come down, believe it or not.
All right, I got 1 minute.
Rent will come down. Housing will come down. Autos will come down. We're not there yet.
That was us on October 12th of 2022, Jim, where the CPI print had just come in 8.2 year on year.
It was, I think the culmination was the darkest before dawn moment. Interesting enough, I managed to say don't get discouraged, and yet the things I said would happen have not happened yet. Rent has not come down.
Well, we're not running 8% inflation.
No, but we're not. No, look, things are...
Rent hasn't come down. Housing hasn't come down.
No, but the other things have, and housing really isn't in the CPI. We know that.
Right.
I think that the big lever here is this oil that you mentioned. If oil goes down, we're going to get bailed out big time.
Well, oil's below 60 right now.
First time in 6 months.
Yeah, I think it matters.
Our Bob, Jim, 184.
I know.
That's the lowest since 2021, early 21. So you would expect some relief at the pump.
I have to tell you, when you look at these bankers, they have data centers.
All right, bot's still short. Don't know what to do yet.
A lot of people get built higher.
Just gotta wait.
Once it's done, not that many people working on it.
But you do get an ecosystem.
Let's get the opening bell on the CNBC real-time exchange. To the big board, it's Phoenix Education Partners.
Where the bot short? Bot short at 93. I don't even know what to do. Should we trust the bot and just short? Yeah, I'm just gonna short with the bot.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted.
Dang, it bumped. Fucking. Oh, I hate this market. I really hate this market.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled.
Going higher.
What the heck is going on there that they did that? Holy, okay, they could say, well, listen, we have too much demand, but I just think when I saw
Order
those numbers,
filled.
I said, okay, so
Order
now it's
submitted.
really
Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted.
Disney, yeah, they've raised price of the parks.
Yeah,
big. Not to mention Disney
Order
Plus's
filled.
price is also going
Order
up.
submitted.
They get a lot more now. Well, I'm
Order
I'm
canceled.
who's still paying for Hulu, Disney Plus, all separately. I don't know why we're doing that.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Just
Order
so many things
submitted.
on my list. I can't get to it. It's just.
You're just jammed.
I'm
Tell me
jammed.
you're
I'm jammed. Would you take care of that for me?
All right,
Would you find out what
Order
credit card
filled.
is being charged to? Would you
I was trying to
cancel
bot's
that?
gonna
Send me
go
this
long.
whole package, maybe
Order
even including
submitted.
ESPN, and then get me off cable, but I'll keep my YouTube TV. Will you take care of all
I'll
that
give
for
you
me?
Schefter. You'll do fine.
Okay,
Order filled.
Uh-oh, I'll close down.
That's two different feeds,
Some people
Google.
are making
One has
lists of
tats
these. You
and one
mentioned
doesn't.
OnQ earlier, Jim, but Joby, Qubit, Tilray with a mixed shelf today. Everybody's coming.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, this is the
Order
problem.
submitted.
I said the other day, once they start issuing, like the day that Nebius issues stock.
Order
really
canceled.
There's
Order
really just-
submitted.
Drop.
They finally figured it out. And the bankers are calling them and saying, listen, you got to do it. You got to do it. You got to do it. And so they're going to do it. And there's going to be too much supply, and then we're going to have to rethink the whole thing. We don't want too much supply.
We're gonna have to rethink the whole thing.
Yes.
What whole thing are we?
I
talking
kind of knew
about?
that, yeah.
This part of the market's out of control.
Right.
Okay? It's out of control.
Right.
Lizanne Saunders today had the April 8th to date gains for a bunch of baskets. Drones, 366%. Quantum, 315. Memes, 123%. Non-profitable tech, 111%.
Lizanne Saunders does great
Girly-
on Twitter.
girly
Her
feet.
work is unassailable. That's exactly what I
So
would
why
do.
shouldn't that concern me for the
I
market?
ain't gonna talk shit.
Because it's contained
I
right
got a tray. Fuck off, Google.
Order filled.
Do you want to go against Michael Dell, who reported a great quarter?
I would never
Oh.
go against Michael Dell.
All weekend gay.
Order submitted.
He's a great
Oh,
American.
Google, shut up.
But I say that right now it's cordoned off. I I mean, look, my travel trust owns Cisco, okay? Now, Cisco was remember, it was at 400.
Let's go. Are you trading, Google? Let's go. Short every pump, baby. Let's do it.
Just market cap company for a period of time.
Well, it sold it, what, 40 times already? It sells it 17.
By the way, can we go to a 25-year chart? I don't know that we can, because it would show you what sometimes it doesn't make sense.
Office today. We should just call Chuck Robinson.
You know, why do we only have 20 years? Why do we only have 20 years? Why can't we get 25? Why isn't that a possibility? We can. We do have the technology.
Oh, nice.
Bot. Yeah, that bot short is not looking good. Yeah, it does not look good for the short.
Order canceled.
There it is, October. So the stock's up 25% in 25 years. I would venture to say that's not a good return for a long-term investor.
No.
Well, how about
just 15 minutes, it wants to go up.
Jim, the Dow Jones transports flat for the past 4 years, for a change.
Yeah, it's back to the old days. Yeah. They can't earn their cost of capital, yet they have such good things to say. Man, that shit was so great. David, did you see if you follow Medicare Advantage, David?
Wow, look at this.
Let's go, dump it. I'm stuck in a short, thanks to the bot.
It's kind of like the stars, you know, like Michelin. I have the Michelin United Health, but Aetna had really good numbers at CVS.
I mean, they got the stars, right,
like
which
3-star.
helps them on what, reimbursement or on the various parts of the on the various parts of their plans.
It's a better deal.
No, but it's also important for them.
I had Humana, then I switched United. You play the game.
Understood. All right, but you're referring
Trump Direct. Trump
You're just confusing people now, though. You know that.
No, well, that's because you're not on Medicare. You don't know how it works.
Do you want to tell them the actual news that happened with Aetna?
Well, they
Order
do these.
filled.
They do. There's a rating. There's a rating system.
Order
and
submitted.
The rating system is what you then you go to meet with your person, and you say who had the best ratings. Then you switch.
And who gives out these ratings? It's CMS
Order
or
filled.
I forget who it is, but right.
Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Right.
Well, it's just worth it because you see, you want a good deal because
now understand. That's
right. You're paid by a company.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know jack.
No.
When I go up there, like I get this medicine Repatha, okay, and it's like $1,200 a month, and I just want to get an Amgen's got some Amgen Direct, you know, and then I get the Trump Direct, and I just want to stop paying so much for a medicine that is like not covered, okay?
Order submitted.
You're not trading, Google?
You're a genius. Have you ever been in a situation you have more stars, it's worse? Like Danielle. Hey, I was at Bernard Den the other day. Jesus, stuck with 3. I mean, what are you doing? Saga only has 2 and losers.
Yeah, no, usually more stars is better.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Right. Well, this is the way America works. That's why CBS can probably really break out here. Because Aetna did not have a plan that I thought was a killer plan. I was wrong.
Order filled.
Oculus now up 2.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Really, there are guys out there that Kramer just said Oculus down. Let's go move Oculus. I am not kidding. He thinks
This market sucks.
I am wrong. David, get up at 3:30 and watch what they move. That's when they move their stocks. They move them. There's no resistance.
I'm stuck in short with the bot.
You know what they do? Nothing.
Nothing.
It's a company about nothing. No, it's small nuclear reactor, and it's got contracts.
If the bot go long, I'm screwed over. Don't fuck me, bot.
The old Bitcoin miners that now are data center companies. About Power Applied Digital is up 27% on earnings.
Look at the water people.
Talked about another customer. They've done deals with CoreWeave already.
North Dakota. See, David, they're at the secret North Dakota data center that I actually can't find them.
They have deals, obviously, where they already have access to a lot of power. That's what matters. You can take a look there, and they reported earnings, but they also
still going.
seemingly mentioned being in advanced discussions about another gigawatt
Order
deal
filled. Order submitted.
With a potential hyperscaler. I guess that's me saying that. They didn't say specifically who the
stupid market.
No one knows.
But this
wow, all-time highs coming up. I'm stuck in a short.
We can talk about Core Scientific. Right, that deal is for, what is it, 0.1235 shares of CoreWeave. It was announced back
Why do you do this to me, AQ?
It's taking place on October 30th. Core Scientific shareholders will be voting on whether to approve that transaction. They're going to say
it's
no.
going to hit all-time high.
There
Wow.
are any number of activists, but I also know some of the larger shareholders than even the
Order
activists.
Submitted.
They're going to say no.
But there's no
and the reason why
Order
is this.
filled.
If Core Scientific had
Order
been able to just
submitted.
trade
Order
as a public
filled.
company instead of doing a deal, its stock price might look more like Applied Digital or any.
Yeah,
of the
90 something,
other
93 is
comps
all-time
that we're looking
high.
at right there, as opposed to.
But CoreWeave's best and final. CoreWeave's not budging, David.
InTrader has said that, right?
Yeah, it's on my show. He told me
Order
So
filled.
they don't care if they win or not. I mean, if they don't get the deal, it's not important to them.
I'm not on the board, but they're not. He said it. I mean, you know, people have said it and going up.
And then I'll be
Order
curious to see
submitted.
if and
Come
when
on,
this
drop
deal
it.
is
Let me
voted
get out.
down.
Let me
Okay,
get
first of
out.
all, I can have a long list of companies that have said we won't
There you
budge,
go.
and then
Keep
of course
going,
they
baby.
do when they see they're going to lose the vote.
I
and they
think
want
it's a
them to
fake
stop.
pump and then it's gonna dump later.
Price of where it was before CoreWave.
But that doesn't matter because all of its comps are up 100 plus. Look at the numbers.
So maybe
Crazy market, huh?
They were smart. InTrader was smart.
Order
No, he
submitted.
wasn't because he's going to not get the vote.
His stock went up.
Why? Will you just be objective for a second?
Order filled.
No, I want to be a subjective.
All right, I know you love InTrader. That's great, but just
Order submitted.
I'm going to send him a new
objective.
T-shirt. What?
They got to either
Order
raise
filled.
I'm just saying.
or they're not going to
Order
get the company.
submitted.
I'm giving you a straight dope that he says he's not going to raise. I'm not saying he shouldn't raise or should
If
raise.
he doesn't raise, he doesn't
He's
get the
not
company.
Order
Then
filled.
the question is, does somebody else come along and want to buy this thing?
That makes sense.
Order
Yes.
filled.
Who would it be?
Nebius?
Order submitted.
Nebius needs something.
Maybe it's
Nebius
Nebius.
can use its stock price. Nebius also walked up by
I know.
retail.
Nebius has been incredible too. They did that Microsoft deal.
I met Nebius at GTC.
Yeah, you can't do market sell on this. It's hard.
Order
No
canceled.
one's going over. Their booth is empty. I'll just go over there just to like talk to them. I felt bad for them. Now I don't feel bad for them now.
Wow, look at Nebius.
You could have gone up there and talked to them all your life. They had like, hey, how you guys doing?
Who?
Baby, I gotta
The Nebius
put
booth.
my water out. Be back.
Because no one was at the Nebius booth. Now if they had a booth, it would be like the toughest ticket in the world.
Where was this?
At the NVIDIA conference.
Oh.
They had a booth. They were like terrific, but there were like three guys. They're like, I said, let me throw them a bone. I wish I had a Nebius bone now.
Now your point, right?
Right?
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. They could probably put up a higher ratio than CoreWeave, but we'll see.
Oh my God.
We'll see.
They could be.
See what happens. Who knows? Guys, I want to do an update as well on another deal, potentially. Warner Brothers and Paramount.
Really?
Yeah,
This
really.
weekend?
In fact, we're going to make it a favor report. That means I get to talk for a little while. We'll see. I wanted to update people because we've been following this, obviously, potential deal for quite some time, and there's been a lot of other reporting around it. Let me at least share what I'm aware of at the present moment. And the main part of which is these two companies are talking. They've been talking for weeks about a deal in which Paramount would buy Warner Brothers Discovery for a largely cash deal, but with some stock. What is at issue, of course, is exactly what the price would be and what the composition of said offer would be as well when it comes to cash and stock. And on this part, it doesn't appear that a great deal of progress is being made, based at least on the conversations I've had with people close to the situation. It doesn't say that they won't be able to make progress. It doesn't say that this board of directors at some point won't say, oh, there's a number we could take. But it does not appear that that has yet been the case. Obviously, were it the case, we probably would have gotten a press release telling us of this actual transaction. Now, on the Warner Brothers side, as we've said many times, they're looking at a split of the company that they believe will create real value. And there certainly is a belief as well that when that split occurs, let's call it April of next year, almost immediately thereafter, there may be great interest in the studio and streaming part of the business that will be separated from the
market's
global
still going.
networks, and that a potential bidder there
Order filled.
could pay a very large
Order
price
submitted.
that would be in excess of whatever Paramount is currently able to offer. That said, time, risk, any number of other things, particularly
Order
given the history
filled.
of this company, the difficulties that it still faces when it comes to linear networks, you would imagine that if in fact they were able to get up to
Order
a price that
submitted.
I've indicated previously, based on at least informed speculation, could be as
Order
high as,
canceled.
let's say, 24,
Order submitted.
largely cash, that the board of directors of Warner Brothers would say, we'll take that. Don't believe that that has been the case as yet. And so the question is, if and when Paramount will say, we haven't been able to make enough progress here, we're at least going to make our offer public, whatever that
Come on, baby. I need a drop.
We're going to leave it up to shareholders to try to pressure the company. They don't have any.
I'm short at 311 on my Tradeday tournament, so I'm not looking good. Yeah, that's why the bot shorted. Bot shorted at 290 something, so who knows? Market is hard. How you doing, Google?
Consent, but you got to get 20% of the votes in order to call that special meeting. And those shareholders who vote have had to hold their shares for at least a year. That's a high bar, very high. So, Jim, this is going to be an interesting one. My sense is, given the weeks that have already taken place, gone by since the original leak of their interest
Order
in Paramount,
submitted.
Yellow. I ain't got nothing left for yellow.
or perhaps we will see it. Larry
Order
Ellison, my
filled.
understanding is
Take a
remains
break if you're
committed to
tired,
a
man.
Potential transaction here is
Order
fully bought
submitted.
in
You
on
should
it.
be drinking
It's not
last
as though
night,
there
buddy.
would not be other investors that conceivably would come along.
You reset
and
TPT
there's
over
also part of
Lucid when
Paramount,
Lucid
my
is
understanding as
cheaper
well,
and you have a
to at
bigger
least
buffer.
Order
offer, for
submitted.
example, David Zaslav, a chairman's title
Come on,
of
bro.
some kind for a period of time and things of that nature, so they could address, the so-called social issues that also can become important.
I know.
This is gonna be up to the board of Warner Brothers if they hit a number that is, that many shareholders would say, hey, that's a
He
number
talk
we
like
can
a little
accept.
gangster.
It's Anthony Noto. It's Anton Levy. It's Faisal. It's,
Those
any
California
number of
thugs.
strong directors on that board. It's a fairly strong board that conceivably will say it's not just about what David Zaslav wants.
I think that, David, this is the most logical deal you could have in a very challenging
Order
industry.
filled.
You see the stocks.
Order
This stock,
filled.
of course,
Damn.
is doing a little bit
What
better
the hell?
because of the studio.
But it was also a
What a
$10 stock
stupid
not that long
market.
ago before. Yeah.
This is what
Order
all
submitted.
of us are hoping in terms of
Yeah, it looks like it's going all-time high for sure. Oh my god, I'm so messed up
No,
now.
I just said you weren't being objective.
Right. Well, I don't want to be objective about our industry. These are the things that have to happen for our industry to have some sustenance.
And there would be enormous synergies there. And of course, putting CNN
Order
and
filled.
CBS together.
Order
200
submitted.
million streaming subs.
Order filled.
The idea of making 40 movies
Order
a year when you
submitted.
put Paramount and Warner Brothers Studios together. These are all the benefits that at least Paramount would see. And we are keeping a close eye on that stock price, which is hanging in there. But obviously, as we've
Order
said many
filled.
times, doesn't have a particularly large float.
Order filled.
Without a doubt,
Order
a
submitted.
raise on debt for doing this
Yeah.
deal. You want to own that one because it's going to be a
Order
winner in a very
submitted.
challenging
And as well, I've made the point many times as well, this is Paramount's opportunity because there is no one else expected to
Order
come in
submitted.
here, as I've said many times.
But why did they
During
do
this
it?
Order
period
canceled.
where they
Order
would make a bid
filled.
for the entire company as opposed to waiting to be on the other end of the split.
Order
When you
submitted.
conceivably would be facing
What a
competition.
crazy
In order
market.
to be able to get that. I mean, it's such a great
Drop it,
thing
baby.
for Paramount if they get it.
Drop
If
it, baby.
Paramount doesn't get it, then what is it going to do? Like, what does it got?
I don't know.
I actually have to average down on this.
It's, it's, yeah, again,
150K.
linear
You have
networks
the story.
are challenged.
Was it 90? I'll do
So
195
we'll keep an eye on
if
it
we
to see
hit.
what's,
Order
what's going
submitted.
on.
Right.
Challenge.
One thing we haven't mentioned, Jim, for all of the concerns about the
Ace
consumer
and
and
old
auto
Discord
delinquencies
used to do
and farm
options with us. Why?
foreclosures is the purchase or the swap of Argentinian pesos. Yes, that we got yesterday out of Treasury.
I've Anna Boutine on from Banco Santander, and this thing is. I'm looking. She's
Oh, Gambit, oh, Gambit, I'm getting screwed over.
But I do think that this is fascinating because all we ever hear about is that the Treasury Secretary stubbed his toe here. And made a mistake.
Get too short, Gambit.
Coming up, we don't know. Right. I don't know. I mean, to me, it seems
the
like
bot is short. It even makes no sense. Bot's down 100 points, okay?
11th best economy in the world, like 1912.
Our first intervention in
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on.
Order submitted.
Holy shit, I'm getting fucked.
And Evercore today
Order
thinks
submitted.
maybe might not be enough. Got to see how these midterms come together.
No, what are you talking? Yes, I was long. I was buying all the dip yesterday.
This as well. Still keeping an eye on the,
Order
on
canceled.
the alternative asset
Order
managers,
fi-
certainly
order-
focused on
order
private credit.
filled.
This
What are you
first
talking about? I don't
this
short all the
first
time.
presidency has unsettled a
One
lot
week of the
people
HYG will get some people's
Yeah.
attention, Jim.
with
Yeah.
high yield. And then you take a look at the shares of Apollo.
Order
or
submitted.
Ares, or even Blackstone. Now, they're not, today, not really moving too much, but they
I'm
have
gonna
not had a good week.
blow this Fundingticks eval. It's so close to
Everyone
passing.
talks about it.
Man.
No one knows what it is, and everyone wants to work it.
Yeah, there's a look at what the HYG's done in the past few days.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
What can I say? There are troubling parts.
As we go to break, watch bonds.
Order
Definitely
submitted.
more bond friendliness today. As Waller told Leisman, he thinks payrolls were probably negative for the past several months. We'll get Umish in about 13 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Order canceled. Order filled.
What? I got out. It was negative?
Order submitted.
Makes no sense.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global
Order
leader
submitted.
in active
When you market sell, it was green for $40, came out negative 30. It don't make no sense. This market thing is ass.
Matters just as much as what you do. That's why I've always been drawn to the idea of upgrading your portfolio, replacing overhyped or outdated names with stronger, lesser-known opportunities. It's the thinking behind a strategy I've come to rely on, one I call sell this, buy that. I'm Eric Fry, and as a stock analyst, author, and futurist, I've shown my followers how to move out of big-name, well-loved stocks that are on the verge of melting down and into ones with the potential.
There you go. Fuck yeah, I need this. Woo, we needed that so bad.
Some of the most respected names on Wall Street and outperforming the market by more than tenfold. And it's the same kind of thinking that's helped me build a long-term track record.
Stupid market.
41 recommendations
Order
that have
submitted.
gone on to return
Drop that shit.
1,000% or more. I put together a brand new free presentation where I walk through some of my
I like it.
pair trades. These calls
Go.
are a little contrarian, I'll be the first to admit that. But if you're open to viewing the markets through a different lens, here's a quick preview of what you'll see I'm recommending today when you visit the website right here on your screen. Sell Amazon. Buy a little-known e-commerce company that's much like buying Amazon in 2005. Sell Bank of America.
Come on, let me get out.
Buy an
Please let me
online
get
fintech
out.
platform
I will
that's
not
capturing
trade
the
anymore.
next generation of banking customers.
I'm just kidding. I'll
Sell
still trade.
Buy a little-known robotics company that's already miles ahead of Tesla in the AI robotics race. Each of these trade ideas comes with the full name, ticker, and analysis on our website at no cost. Or simply open the camera on your phone and point into the QR code you see on your screen right now.
Order submitted.
Keep dropping, because bot never went long. Remember that.
Buy that recommendations, including names, tickers, and analysis, waiting for you at no cost.
I can't do market
Order
sales moving.
canceled.
Hell yeah, there you go, baby. There you go.
First time ever, staking rewards are available through a US listed ETF.
Order
Introducing
submitted.
SSK, the Rex Osprey Soul plus staking ETF.
Whoa, why did it went long?
Order filled.
Staking rewards built in. Convenient.
I hate with Traderday, it goes short and it went long right afterwards.
Simple ETF. SSK from Rex Osprey. Not
At least I got out.
Investors.
Just holding the
Please see
TPT
carefully the
eval.
prospectus for objectives, risk, charges, and expenses. Visit rexshares.com to obtain it and read carefully before investing. Distributed by Foresight Fund Services.
Weeknights.
Of course, I always worry when a stock goes up as much as it
I don't know, maybe, yeah. That's a big dip earlier.
Concerned about risk, well, then you're in the wrong business.
Holy cow.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Damn, the whole pump is gone. Yeah. Oof, I caught it all.
That's a double since. Today, TD Cowen goes from 20 to 35.
Well, Lip Bhutan, I said he was the real guy.
I was battling at 60. At 60 and at 55, so those are good.
You absolutely were.
He's the godfather of semis.
You were absolutely right.
People didn't know he's the godfather of semis.
I don't know what's going to happen to the company, but you were right about the stock.
Well, anyone wants to work with him, including, by the way, Jensen Huang. They tried to put Jensen Huang out of business for 30 years, but now he's their great partner because this Lip Bhutan comes in peace.
Good thing he wasn't fired on the.
I went for high day. I'll be short again.
Yeah, that was a complicated situation.
He took it back.
For now, the Dow's up 170. We're back in a minute.
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
To do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively?
Yep.
I'm loving my agents. Wait, do you all have agents?
Oh, yeah. And on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
Could I have agents?
Maybe.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Unfortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
No matter what kind of home you're looking for, it's waiting for you on Redfin. And when you find it, see it before anyone else.
Pretty good movement, though.
Book a showing right now only on Redfin. Find your dream home on Redfin, powered by Rocket.
Looks like it's 3 minutes. Looks like it can still go up more. 3 and 15 minutes.
Sell everywhere people shop and never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
CNBC's Delivering Alpha returns. A live event with exclusive access to the world's best investors. Get your tickets now at deliveringalpha.com.
Give me one more pump. I can short this shit.
Get this exceptional offer on select Cadillac models.
Pre-loans getting Tesla option 500C, $11.
Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
That's too much.
We started a climbing gym to bring a safe place for youth.
Later this year, Rox is taking his biggest climbing trip ever. It'll be the hardest climb any of us has ever attempted.
Either you succeed or you fail. As a climber, you fail all the time.
Oh! I've never experienced anything like the Memphis Rox crew.
Memphis!
On what? On what firm? Apex? No, you can scalp all you want in Apex. I don't care.
Let's get to gym and stop trading.
The only thing they care about is a 30% stop loss. You got it. Cut.
Is going to save his job and prosper.
Yeah.
The roster of new things that he introduced the other day, his stock's now up almost 10 straight points. The LA people have to be impressed. I've always liked Ramon. I think that he's been the
What
only
a
guy
drop. You think people blew up on this drop?
P-1 is a threat to mine. He issued a very good product that could do that. I like his honesty. All these other guys saying, listen, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He said, look, I got a real problem. He also with food dye, I got a real problem. He aggressively challenged these things, and he's in a very challenged industry. But I like what he's doing.
That's some nice follow-through to yesterday's game.
Yes, because it's a different PepsiCo overnight. But in actuality, he's been working on getting the color out, the dyes out. He's been working on new ideas, and it's paying off. And I'm glad because he is a decent, good guy who's got to get this ship going again. He will.
Yeah, some of his comments about the lower cohort were concerning.
Don't know what's gonna do. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, look, I think all of snacks went up a lot in price. That's one of the high. My daughter's snack, her potato chips, talk a lot about the price. It's like, geez, the price is too high.
Yeah, well, I also thought interesting his comments about the Hispanic community, which is an important same as Constellation. Just people are not getting together because they're worried. About immigration raids, frankly, and therefore they're not buying beer, they're not buying snacks.
Jim, we got to promote next week, just to let viewers know.
Dreamforce, but it's much more than Dreamforce. We're going out there to see a lot of companies, and these are companies that you hear about all the time. You hear about an ARM all the time and say, well, what are they really doing when the stock's going up? Broadcom's been an amazing stock. Domino's stock's been going down. Starbucks, most interesting because I think they're doing better. It doesn't seem to matter. Lyft is broken out here. Rubik's broken out. Accenture not broken out. SoFi broke out. And we've got to cover these companies. Wow. What?
It's just huge.
Order filled.
Just two guys.
Well, I'll tell you.
Order submitted.
They happen to be the CEOs of...
Order canceled.
So you're saying that all of my CEOs added
Order
up together
submitted.
as your CEOs?
I did not say that. I did not even imply that.
You implied that.
No,
I mean,
you're reading into it.
And you're really going to the sphere. Let's play at the sphere. That's what this is about, right?
The Eagles, man. Not the Eagles.
Not after last night. Oh, no, other Eagles.
Jim, we'll see you tonight.
Okay.
Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't go away.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide.
Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they?
Oh, interns.
We're interns.
What's up, man?
I'll see you tomorrow.
What makes a Medicare supplement insurance plan, like an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare, a good choice for people on Medicare? It's smart for you to have now,
I'm 65.
and later on, for the future you.
I'm 70-ish.
It's really smart.
Hey, looking good. You made a great choice for us.
With this type of plan, see any doctor or visit any hospital that accepts Medicare patients. There are no networks. Your healthcare future will have more freedom.
I kept our doctor, and when I needed a specialist, no referrals needed, right? Bingo.
In fact, see any doctor anywhere in the U.S. Really smart to have when you travel.
When I visit this little cutie in Arizona, my plan goes with me. Grandkids! I can't wait!
Don't worry about surprise medical bills either. You'll know up front about how much your care will cost. And knowing your expenses makes planning your financial future easier.
I'm glad my husband and I can use our savings to do the things we want to do. I'm glad I don't have to shop for a new plan every year.
That's right. Once you enroll,
And
your
that
coverage
pump
is
came back
guaranteed
up.
for as long as you keep this plan. Have questions? Call United Healthcare now to talk with a licensed insurance agent or producer. They know a lot about what makes these plans smart now and really
Order
smart
filled.
later. Or just ask
Order
for this free
submitted.
guide. Benefits and rates in one place, so it's easy to compare
Order
options.
submitted.
Year to year, 94% of members renew their plan. And Medicare supplement plans with the AARP name are the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP, meeting their high standards
Order
of service
canceled.
and quality. So give United Healthcare a call today and set yourself and your future self up with an AARP
Ooh,
Order
Medicare
canceled.
supplement plan from United Healthcare.
Whoa.
Order submitted.
See
Order
that?
filled.
Thanks again for looking out for me. Oh,
Wow.
we're in
Order
this together.
submitted.
An AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare.
Yeah.
Smart now, really smart later.
Just a challenge, and then
Order filled.
I'm just reshorting.
Is that a gold rush, a
Order
sugar
submitted.
Everyone's focused on it. Everyone's spending.
Do you think that there is a bias
Order canceled.
against a company with a lot of Bitcoin in holdings?
Every quarter, we make new believers.
Nothing going on where you
Order
go, whoa.
submitted.
Is it none of this retribution?
Let's let the process play out.
The great part about live TV is you get to see the answer.
Celebrating 30 years of Squawk Box and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber, Leslie Picker here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah Eisen has the morning off, trying to wrap up the week with a little bit of risk on. Every sector is higher except for
I'm still
energy,
trading, dude.
healthcare.
I can't eat.
10-year getting
Let's
back
go.
to 1. VIX
I
still
dropped.
at 16.
Woohoo!
We're
Come
watching
on, I
obviously
dropped.
the government
Save my
shutdown
ass.
at 10.
Yeah,
Coming up this
baby.
hour, Lululemon founder sours on the company. Chip
Yo,
Wilson
fuck this
is
market.
framing the company's trajectory in a new full-page ad.
Go just took a shit. Nice shit, SK. Did you pass?
Wall Street at the
That's work.
expense of customers. Wilson's going to join us.
Wow, that's a dump.
Talk about his criticism of the board. Plus, was Amazon's October Prime Day a dud? We'll talk about reports of soft demand and if it is a red flag for the company.
Good shit, Google.
First, let's get some breaking consumer data. It's just crossing, and Rick Santelli has it for us. Rick?
Good work, Google. Proud of you, man.
Yes, Dave, we still
You're my boy. Since day one. Let's get this funded. Yeah, let's get some mass payout next week, Google. All those pros, I want to fucking see a lot of payouts.
A bit better than expectations. Very close sequentially to the 55.1 in the rearview mirror for our September final read. And that compares, well, at 55.0. You'd have to go back to May of this year to find a lower number. Current conditions, pretty juicy here. 61.0, better than expected, sequentially higher than 60.4. If we look at expectations, 51.2, a little bit of a disappointment in both directions. Less than expected, less than 51.7 in the rearview mirror. You have to go to May of this year to find a
Sure, Google.
lower number.
Talk mad shit,
Now,
okay?
the
You keep
inflation
talking your
number
mad
is
shit.
4.6 on 1 year. That's 1/10 less than we're
I'm
expecting.
talking
and less
to
than
my
4.7 in the
cousin.
rearview mirror. 4.6 will be the lowest read going back to February when we were at 4.3. And finally, 5 to 10-year inflation, stays at 3.7, both matching expectations and in the rearview mirror. To find a lower number, you'd have to go back to August at 3.5. To find a higher number, you're in June at 4.0.
Hey, Google. You're coming back, right?
Very quickly, the government shutdown has caused us not to see construction spending, 2 jobless claims, factory orders.
He's asking you coming back.
Jobs report, wholesale inventories and sales. However, maybe CPI on Wednesday scheduled at least the 15th of October. It may be released. I'm not sure if that's going to be the
Enjoy
day.
your pho at 9 a.m. in the morning.
And finally, on the week, 409 is current 10-year.
You have a phone.
At 412 last week,
You can
down 3
have
basis
the
points. David,
app on,
back to you.
dude.
Rick, thank you. Rick Santelli in Chicago. Let's stick with the macro.
Take some picture. I actually want to see the pho, see how good it is over there. If it's the same place that my wife took me, it was okay. It's so Americanized. It wasn't good.
I'm still in the belief we need to cut rates.
And the boba sucks too.
Because here's one of the things you're looking
They sell boba there, right?
Very weak labor market, but GDP growth seems pretty good. And GDP now is forecasting like close to 4%. You can't have negative job growth.
Now we're just chopping, huh?
Something's got to give. Either the labor market.
Yeah, I'll tag you when we do the race, okay, Google?
GDP growth or
go eat, go.
GDP growth is going to pull back.
Let's bring in Gabriela Santos, Chief Market Strategist for the Americas at JP Morgan Asset Management.
Just add, okay.
Waller there. I'm not
I
curious
would just add you.
Is one going to give, and which one?
So I think it's interesting that even Governor Waller, one of the most dovish members, is also repeating what we hear from other Fed members, and we saw in the minutes released earlier this week, which is that this is really just a normalization of rates. This is not an accommodation of policy. And I do think the futures market is now better priced for it versus peak dovishness in September. Rate cut has been taken out, and it's just 100 basis points over the next year to get us to that neutral of about 3%. I think that's the right reading. In terms of which
I wanna pump against I can short because I would never long at all-time high.
It's been particularly strong.
Never.
Second quarter over 3% is our estimate.
I don't know what that word means, Google. That's such a big word. Using your college education on us, huh? I can't even pronounce it, Google.
Report in the fourth quarter. We're not saying recession by any stretch, just that there's a lot of noise in the data, and if you look through it, it's an okay economy, not a red hot one.
What are you looking through when you say a lot of noise?
313 is my short, where I follow the bot. It's funny, the bot didn't go short yet after the big pump, and it's still, I mean, it didn't go long. The bot's still short.
And then beneath the surface, for the consumer specifically, very weak first quarter, and then a strong rebound in the second quarter into the third.
The faster you eat,
when we look at our
faster you come back, the more you can trade.
We're seeing a little bit of a slowdown in October in consumer spending, especially around
You're eating way too early.
So we're very interested in hearing from the consumer companies later in the earnings season, which is about to kick off. Exactly how much of a slowdown have they been seeing here going into October? Again, no major alarm bells, but just one reason that we're cautious about some of this very cyclical rally in the market we've seen since the middle of the summer. So very unprofitable, cyclical type of companies rebounding.
No, one more pump. One more pump.
A bit short-lived, given that it's just an okay economy.
I can't just add you an account. You gotta win the race. Can't rig that. That's just luck. Can't do anything, buddy. Yeah. You only got 18 points. You need 25 points, man. Just keep chatting and watching.
I do think
I can't cheat. I don't cheat for anybody.
Looking through the shutdown noise and just focusing on what are the key drivers, the secular AI trend, and the earnings season coming up, which we expect to be quite good again, double digits likely for the fourth quarter in a row. In terms of the shutdown itself, part of it is this data fog. We don't think we will get CPI.
Yeah, you have to sign a contract.
Still enough there for the Fed to cut rates by the end of the month. But again, the longer it goes on, if we don't have any October data, the more foggy it becomes. Otherwise, in terms of the labor market, we have seen really since January negative jobs added from the federal government, and we might even see more already without any additional measures because of some of those 6-month provisions before federal workers drop off. I do think the Fed looks beyond that, really looks at private sector hiring, and is taking a little bit of a warning sign from just the cooling there in private sector to basically a standstill, and especially only coming from an industry or two at this point.
Yeah, Waller suggested to Leisman he thinks payrolls were probably negative for the past several months.
Yeah.
We're on consumer, we're about 50 days away from Black Friday. We had a couple rough days for the XRT this week, the retail ETF. I noticed on some Chase card spend that restaurants and bars went negative in September. I mean, to what degree is that a worry? And would it even move headline given the strength of the AI trade?
So I think for consumer companies,
Give me another 360, 365. I'm going to short again.
Just the consumer, initially very focused on discretionary core goods spending, especially in the second quarter into the third. That seems to be fizzling off a bit. And then kind of trading places in terms of where the services spending is going. Was very weak on airlines and travel earlier in the year, but strong on restaurants, and it seems to be trading places a bit. So exactly where the consumer is spending is shifting, but the overall magnitude of it, I would still call it okay, rather than particularly strong. And then the last thing for retailers that we'll be watching here in the third quarter are margins, right? So margins have been actually surprisingly decent despite the tariff headwinds. So what exactly are they saying about their ability to pass this on or cut costs otherwise in the third and especially into the fourth quarter?
Gabriella, thank you. Always appreciate it.
Thank you.
Over 30 minutes into the trading session here, three big movers we're watching. Data center
Maybe
company
the pump is
Applied
over.
Digital surging on a big revenue beat
Order
driven
canceled.
by AI
Order
demand
filled.
for their products. The stock
Order
now
submitted.
up more than 400% since January and up 31.5% at this hour. Levi Strauss shares falling despite boosting their full-year outlook as price hikes help margins, but tariff costs continue to be a headwind. Those shares down almost 10% right now. And Venture Global shares slumping after the company lost an arbitration case against oil giant
Hell yeah,
BP.
I'm almost past. I need a couple more hundred and I'm done. Let's fucking go, baby.
Billions of dollars
Order
in
submitted.
damages, and those shares down
No,
about
no, no.
18%.
I'm red on that one. No, I'm trying to pass this Fundingticks.
Lululemon's founder souring on the company. Chip
Yeah.
Wilson will join us with why he thinks the brand is in a nosedive and how it
Yo,
can
I'm gonna
turn
glue
around.
mine too. I was 200 from passing and I hit a negative 1600 the other day.
We're going to discuss if the company missed
Yeah,
the mark with
so I'm just filling it back.
Basketball diplomacy will take you live to
Yeah,
Macau.
yeah.
The site
Slowly
of
building
today's
it back, yeah.
NBA game between the Brooklyn Nets and the Phoenix Suns, the first in China since 2019. Squawk on the Street is back after this.
At AT&T Business, we confidently guarantee our network. What we can't guarantee,
Yeah.
enough hours in the workday. Or your project's always going as planned.
3 days, max.
Oof, more like 3 weeks. Hey, and closing up shop on time.
Still open? Sure. Yes, they're open.
Not tonight. But with AT&T Business, you can get the connectivity you depend on, or we'll make it right.
Need your investments to work harder?
Oh,
Options
yeah,
can
I
offer
want us
much
to.
higher returns than stocks, cost less, and help reduce
Order
risk.
filled.
Look at this stock versus options trade on the same security over the same period of time.
Order
Stock
submitted.
return can't even compare. That's why in today's market, trading stocks alone, it's not an option. Learn our beginner-friendly strategies in our new book. Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com.
Order filled.
That's it's not an option.
Ooh, did I pass it? Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. 30
This
bucks.
December,
I need
join
30
the
more dollars.
celebration in Times Square. CNBC opens its
Order
doors for an
submitted.
exclusive in-person experience at the iconic NASDAQ
Order
market
filled.
site in New York City. Fast Money Live.
Order
Trading
submitted.
the holidays. Join Melissa Lee and the team of traders live and on air for an all-access celebration.
I'll hit anything.
Trends and tips to ring in the new year. Fast Money Live. Trading the holidays. December 11th. Get your tickets now at cnbcevents.com/fast.
That's your problem. You need to find a solution.
I spoke with the sales team, and their main insight is that they're seeing figures that are increasing when we highlight product benefits.
I agree on that angle.
Don't put.
Nuance Audio is the new invisible hearing solution built into your glasses. Hear what you see, comfortably, with open ear speakers. Nuance Audio, in tune with life.
Damn, that pump. Yeah, this is not giving it up.
Order filled.
Oh, I think I passed. I did. I passed, right? Let me show you. Fuck yeah! Right, 2,500. That's all I need, right?
How valuable the bargains really were. The Washington Post says some items actually
Oh,
increased
man,
in price
that
compared
was
to the week
brutal.
before,
All that
and others
red, that one
marketed
red
as
day
discounted
fucked it up. Took a
hadn't
long
actually
time.
changed in price at all. Joining us now is Evercore ISI head of internet research, Mark Mahaney. He has an outperform rating and a $280 price target for the stock. Mark, I'm sure you did way more channel checks than I did here, but I did put an item into my cart, and then a few hours later, the discount disappeared. It was just kind of regular price again. But just broadly speaking, what do you think this means for the brand promise that Amazon offers its customers, and does it degrade that trust a little bit?
Well, I guess it could. You know, we do our annual surveys on Amazon, and when we did it about 2 months ago, you know, it actually reached.
Oh, hey, is your son? Are you joining the TPT challenge? 75K. One of you guys gotta join.
You know, brand strength, price, selection, and convenience. So I haven't seen any change there.
Yes, your son's gonna join up or no?
Article this morning. I thought that was pretty negative. A little skeptical of the conclusions, but
Are you gonna join?
But the channel checks that we've done on the
All right,
Prime Day
it starts Tuesday.
yeah, it did come in a little bit kind of soft or a little bit light. Now you have to compare that with
Get them payouts, man.
Prime Day
Yeah,
that they did in
just let me
July,
know.
so it's hard to compare 2 with 4 days. And it's possible that it reflects a little bit of consumer softness. It's possible that's in there. So it's hard to know. But yeah,
Oh, he blew my Funded Futures. I'm still waiting for my Funded Future to credit the other winner 2 days ago.
Amazon, but yeah, this was a
I
little
wish they
bit
just give you codes instead of waiting for a credit.
So I want to get into those other reasons as well, but
Yeah.
first, you know, you noted the softness, at least in terms of how engaged people were with Prime Day and how much they were spending. Does that indicate to you this dynamic that the Washington Post laid out, where people felt like they weren't really getting a deal, so they opted not to really go all
Yeah,
in
Go
on
was
this Prime Day?
dropping,
Or do you
but
think it
NQ
is
was still
the
pumping.
consumer getting weaker, and this is just the first indication of that?
It's very hard to know, Leslie. I imagine it's probably a little bit of both. But, you know, even in our retail tracking that my colleague Greg Melnick on the retail side does, we're not seeing any. We're seeing a little bit of a slowdown in retail spend, but it's nothing. It's not dramatic. And Amazon is so big now. You know, 10% of retail sales, kind of the same size as Walmart. If there really were a slowdown, Amazon would see it. So. There may be a modest slowdown or maybe some uncertainty, and I guess that's the best read. And I'll just still stick with our survey work. I'm going to lean into that more than I will into the Washington Post article. All due respect to them. You know, when we look at it, when we ask people where they get the best price and selection and convenience, especially on price, there's just no change. Amazon is consistently, and I think this is their
Order canceled.
Nice, I'm out. All flat. Yeah, good job, bot.
For years, and I don't think that's changed. So
Bot almost screwed me over.
I'm going to put I'm giving you a couple of different answers, but I don't think Amazon's pricing philosophy has changed as much as that article suggested.
Always worth noting, of course, Jeff Bezos does own the Washington Post. He is the founder of Amazon, still the chairman as well. Mark, you know, what moves the needle for Amazon, though, is often not as much retail as it is AWS. And I'm just curious, you know, what your sort of reads are right now in terms of margins there, given that's been such a focus for investors at that in the company.
David, you're right. Look, we should change the ticker. It should be AWS, not AMZN. That's what's going to move the stock. If they don't accelerate AWS growth in the back half of this year, like Azure did, like Google Cloud did, the narrative that Google has really lost out or missed a lot of steps in this AI race is going to just get stronger and stronger. The stock is capped. We think AWS growth will accelerate. I'll give you four quick reasons why. First is that backlog accelerated the last 2 quarters. Last quarter, it exited at 25% year-over-year growth. That should be a good leading indicator. Secondly, the industry as a whole. I mean, we are seeing an inflection up because of AI in cloud compute, cloud storage needs. Third is the supply constraints that Amazon and other people have talked about we think are gradually getting addressed, i.e. there's more NVIDIA chips out there. And finally, they've got this Anthropic deal. Anthropic seems to be winning the Gen AI enterprise race, at least for now. That's a major customer for AWS, and that should help with that acceleration. So we think we will get this acceleration. If AWS can leave this year, exit this year, growing close to 20% year over year, this stock gaps up materially. That's one of the reasons Amazon's my #1 pick right now.
Yeah, obviously we see
We're
the
gonna
year-to-date
pump.
performance.
We're gonna
Mark,
short.
I like to take an opportunity when I see somebody who's been around for a while to sort of get your sense in terms of the comparisons that are often
I
made
want
now
to, I
from
want
this
to,
period
but
versus the
I
one
don't
we
know.
all lived
I
through
want
in
to short
terms
at
of the internet
350
boom
again.
of the
That's
mid
been
to
my
late
sweet
90s
spot.
and into 2000. Do you see it? Is there anything
Yeah,
concerning
300
to
is
you
holding.
in terms of a bubble building perhaps in the broader AI ecosystem here that is in some way suggestive of what we saw in the late 90s?
I see one similarity and one difference. I'm going to drastically oversimplify. Here's the big difference. There's more cash on the balance sheets of the major tech stocks than there was market cap back then. I think that statement is probably true. I mean, if not, it's darn close to true. Hundreds of billions of cash. I mean, these companies are so profitable now, whereas back in the dot-com time, I think there was one company that I looked at in the internet space that was profitable. That was eBay, and that was it. And so, there's just the financial fundamental risk was so much greater back then. And so was the market risk, and so was the uncertainty over the management teams. You've got proven management teams now with huge, to die for balance sheets. And so, that's the big difference. That's the big difference. The similarity is, I think some of this AI spending, I'm sure these companies, the management teams that I look at, I think have a mentality right now that the biggest mistake they could make would be to underinvest in AI. So that probably is leading to somewhat overly aggressive AI spend. But look, I'm seeing this return on AI. If you look at the revenue per employee of the 4 major hyperscalers, throw it in there, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Meta, revenue per employee has inflected up over the last 2 to 3 years. Part of that has to be
I want us to pump more so I can short.
AI,
Let's go, pump it, baby.
And so that's. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah.
I think there's major differences and 1 or 2 similarities.
Yeah, no, you did. I mean, I think it was Sundar Pichai yesterday from Alphabet who said half their code now is being.
I don't want to
written by
overtrade today
AI.
because
It's being reviewed,
it's
he said,
Friday.
by humans. But I mean, that goes to your point in terms of productivity.
What's
Yeah,
Gambit?
we are.
Gambit?
Again, I'll stick with this. You can look at
Gambit
operating
blow his
income
shit.
or revenue per employee. It is dramatically inflected up. It's gone up 30 to 40% for some of these names. And names like Meta, it's
I
up
don't know. He didn't get
70%
on,
over
so.
the last 3 years. Now, there's a lot of noise in there. There's a lot of factors in there. And these companies, part of it is that they've really curtailed hiring, and so that'll increase your revenue per employee. Or they also fired people. I guess some of the people they fired must have been pretty inefficient. So there could be a lot of factors in there. But it's hard to avoid a conclusion that these companies aren't getting a better return on their AI
Bot's
spend.
still short.
It's showing up in that revenue per employee, and it's helping them develop better product for their customers, both consumers, us, and
I know, it's like 100 points up and the bot even long. That makes no sense.
The market's giving them a little bit of a green light to continue to accelerate that spend. As long as that
I'm
revenue
gonna
growth stays
short,
high, they get the
get a
green light.
starter short.
Order
That's a good
submitted.
point. Mark, thanks so much. Mark,
thanks,
Leslie.
Order filled.
Meantime, Bitcoin on
Order
pace to end
submitted.
the
I'm shorting,
lower
just
as UK's
getting a
biggest retail
starter.
investment platform issues a stark new warning. We'll get details next. Plus, a tough October for the big banks, but could results next week be the catalyst for a rebound? We'll get you ready for that. And
If it goes up more, I'll re-short the other account. I do the evals first. Let them take the hit.
The Journal today. He'll join us exclusively to make his case in a minute.
Yeah, take the heat, and I'm going with the funded to get the green.
10,000 by next month?
Hey, we won't know unless we try, right? How long have we waited for something like this?
We'll have to alert suppliers,
Yeah.
coordinate shipments.
Already alerted, already coordinated. Every supplier sees changes as
Hey, it works, okay? It works.
Scale up mid-cycle.
Since we brought in BDO.
People who know BDO.
Genius pioneers like Leonardo da Vinci rose above with ideas the rest of the world believed were just a dream.
Any minute now.
Fueled by AI, that same innovative spirit propels today's aviation leaders forward. Prisma Airs, the world's most comprehensive AI security platform, allows your brave ideas to reach new heights. Be a genius. Deploy bravely.
There you go.
Order filled.
And I'm out.
That's
That was
true.
nice.
Order submitted.
Self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation
Order
in CIDP
submitted.
treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still
Legend, let's go. Good job. Good job, buddy. Oh yeah. What's up, Gambit?
VivGuard Hytrulo has been proven to significantly
Let's make some money, man. Let's make some money. Oh, you blew your stuff last night? We was the eval, the TPT eval. You can't reset anymore, so just buy a new one at 75K and just wait for the challenge. It's a $400 challenge, dude. Yeah. Don't reset. Just wait till Monday and buy it at 75K and do the challenge with us.
Headache and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road.
You gotta start making them pay out, man. Why are you trading after hours, anyways? To the fucking Google?
VivGuard Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about VivGuard Hytrulo for self-injection.
And you blew twice because of after hours too, right?
They said it about electricity, the airplane, and space travel. But history doesn't remember the critics. It only remembers what got built. At Kodiak, we build for what's
Delete
next.
go.
AI-powered
Just delete go, man. I don't touch go. Yeah, I don't touch go anymore. Blew up so much that one day because of go. I'm doing really good, thank you.
That's how we know we're getting somewhere.
Order filled.
Hey, my shorting's good.
Order
Get out of
submitted.
here.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to
Your bot never shorted. I mean, never long. And it came back down and got out green.
Closing bell overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Bitcoin's in the red for the week, but still trading of $120,000 a coin. UK's biggest retail investment platform, Hargreaves Lansdowne, issuing a stark warning around the sector, saying, quote, Bitcoin is not an asset class, and we do not think cryptocurrency has characteristics that mean it should be included in portfolios
Order
for
filled.
growth or
Order
income,
filled.
and shouldn't be relied upon to help clients meet their financial goals.
Box is up now, Gambit. Not Gambit, Google.
Order submitted.
Well, I tell Gambit, Gambit don't give a shit about Box.
Their advice comes after regulators in the UK lifted a
Order
long-time
filled.
ban on retail access to crypto exchange-traded
Order
notes
submitted.
earlier in the week.
It is day 10 of the shutdown, and the market continues to find alternative means
Order
to fill the void
submitted.
without government data. Well, luckily next week
Tesla's
we
only
get
up
bank earnings, which should yield
0.2%,
some
but
fresh
pre-loans in
clues
the
about the economy.
expensive call.
Yes, the third quarter numbers are
500C.
backward-looking, but there are plenty of metrics that can provide clues about the future. Guidance, particularly on net interest income, the profitability metric for loan making, will be a key indicator of demand. Investment banking pipelines
Going
are a
back up
barometer
again.
of corporate confidence, and the amount that banks are setting aside for bad loans will show how they feel about credit quality right now. And that element is becoming increasingly important on the heels of several bankruptcies in the auto sector, which has embroiled hedge fund subsidiaries at
Oh, they
Jefferies,
canceled my
UBS,
Fundingticks
plus
subscription.
hosts
That means
of
I'm
other
gonna
lenders.
pass. Yay.
It hasn't impacted the
I need
perception of
Fundingticks to be on
fixed
sale
universal
again.
banks.
$50
To
is
a
still.
large extent, JP
Such
Morgan,
a steal.
Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Wells Fargo trading
I love
right
Fundingticks.
around their all-time highs heading into next week, guys.
But Leslie, I'm just looking now at the alternative asset managers, which we mentioned at the end of the 9 o'clock broadcast. They're all now down rather sharply yet again.
Yeah.
Blackstone, Apollo.
Yeah, the movement was good earlier. Now it's just choppy.
I mean, we talk a lot about private credit. You cover it. Is there a concern there from this bankruptcy that somehow, I don't know, is saying something larger about the risks that they're taking?
So there's an important distinction to make because, at least when it pertains to first brands, you look at some data from KBRA, and they say only about 4% of their exposure was to private credit as we think of it as direct lending. Now, the big concern around the indebtedness of first brands tends to kind of fall into this category of off-balance sheet, short-term financing, supply chain financing, inventory financing, receivables factoring. It's not what we tend to think about with regard to direct lending as we talk about private credit, largely what Ares and KKR does and Apollo does. In fact,
What up,
I was told that
hamster?
Apollo was actually short
Little
First
hamster.
Brands debt going into
Oh,
the
that's your
bankruptcy.
foot?
So,
This is a different place, I think, but that looks good.
asset managers and how they've gotten
Is that
embroiled in
extra
this whole
large?
thing. He basically said the market is
Damn, that photo
reacting
looks so
first
good right now,
and asking
Google.
questions
Oh my gosh.
later.
Where's your
But
meatball?
so far, there hasn't been any real direct
No, pho is breakfast food though. No, it's not early. Keep eating. When you're hungover, pho is the best thing ever. Right, Google? I know your ass is hungover.
The conclusion that people initially had, but really it's this off-balance sheet, more niche.
Drinking all night, singing a sad song all by yourself.
To frame it this week, and we talked about it with Santoli yesterday.
I was singing, but I don't want to show off.
Says this sort of non-depository financial institution lending is
Okay,
about a third
Google.
of all commercial and industrial loans.
And nobody's there. You're by yourself.
What was it, 3 years ago? And technically, it
You need your
falls
Vic
under the
coffee.
umbrella of private credit. If we were to define that as private transactions between first
Oh,
brands
oh,
and
drop.
their lenders, it just needs to be kind of distinct from private credit.
The bot ain't long, we ain't long. We just short.
What that means for the system and the interconnectivity that has with the traditional banking system as well.
We were showing the BDC, by the way, for Blue Owl.
I don't know, the bot might be retarded.
Ticker for the overall company. Just want to make that
It
clear.
is hard.
By the way, 31% year to date.
Order
And I'm
canceled.
out. Good short. Good short, uncle.
Order
Just
submitted.
real quickly, this is not to say that private credit ultimately won't be culpable for some sort of bankruptcy down the road.
Jamie Dimon's been calling this for a
Order
long time.
submitted.
Holding? I already got out.
We've heard it from lots of people. It's just, I don't know if we can hold First Brands up as like the poster child for private credit gone wrong at this point in time.
All right. Meanwhile, we'll be watching those bank earnings.
That's right.
Very closely.
That's right.
With Leslie.
Yeah,
Let's
some
get a news
capacity
update
that
now.
is the
For
best.
That, we'll go over to Dom Chu. Dom.
Good morning, David here. Israel's military said a ceasefire in Gaza went into effect today. Thousands of displaced people in Gaza streamed back north to their homes as they celebrated the news. The pause in fighting came hours after Israel's cabinet approved
Yeah, I can
a
read
deal to
that.
exchange
Certain
the
stuff I
remaining
can read
Hamas
because
hostages for
it's common.
Palestinian
Like
prisoners.
capacity and shit
There's
is
still
common.
questions about the
Can you
broader
still hear
plan
me
to
on the
end
mic
war,
or no?
including how Hamas will disarm and who will govern the territory in Gaza. The U.S. will
No, I'm
release
talking
about
about Google
200
on
troops to
Discord,
Israel to help
making
support
fun of my
and monitor
reading.
that ceasefire deal. They will be part of a team of partner nations, non-governmental organizations, NGOs.
Let's go start this
and private
Lucid
sector
stuff.
players as well, according to the Associated Press.
Alright,
Officials
guys,
told
let's do
AP
some
US Central
Lucid.
Command
I
will
love
set up
Lucid.
a military center in Israel that will help facilitate the flow of humanitarian
Yeah.
aid
That's why they're
to
doing the
Gaza.
50%
And a Venezuelan
reset
opposition
thing.
leader is your newest
I mean,
Nobel Peace
I like
Prize winner.
PW too.
Maria
Fuck you,
Corina
PW.
Machado is living in hiding right now after trying to challenge leader Nicolas Maduro in the presidential election there. The Nobel Committee called her a woman who, quote, keeps the flame of democracy burning.
Order canceled.
in a growing darkness.
Order submitted.
Congratulations to Ms. Machado. Thank you very much to you. And David, I'll send things back over to you.
Okay, Dom. Thank you, Dom Chu. After the break, Lululemon's founder Chip Wilson will
Good luck,
join us
guys.
fresh off a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal that slams the company for, quote, chasing
I'll add your name in,
the
okay, Google?
expense of customers. Hear his take as a owner of 12% of the company's shares, and of course, we'll get the company's response next. And on Monday, big interview for you, an exclusive with Oracle's new CEOs, Clay McGorrick and Mike Sicilia. That'll be live from Oracle AI World in Las Vegas. That will be in the 11 a.m. Eastern hour right here on CNBC. We'll be right back.
Ooh, order
CNBC
filled.
Crypto World is
Nice
sponsored
short.
by Crypto.com, trusted by 150 million users
Order
globally.
submitted.
Level up your credit card game with the new Crypto.com Visa Signature Credit Card. Spend
Damn
in
it, get
dollars
your raffle
and
ticket
earn
in.
crypto. Earn up to 6% back on all purchases. Choose from 7 attractive colors in sleek metal finish. And the best part? Uncapped crypto rewards. This is our boldest offer yet. Apply for the Crypto.com Visa Signature Credit Card today.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're redefining financial strategy around lifespan. This is a new era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
Your daughter's turning 9 today, and your company's merger is turning on you.
Yeah, how many people got the tickets? Only 23 tickets.
But the team is specialists who know data, strategy, and finance.
Ben, what do you got for me?
Not what, it's who.
What's up?
Hi, everyone. The dream team.
Get your raffle tickets, buddy.
Can't enjoy
Are you
your
green?
big day, worried about your company's reputation. Deloitte, together makes progress.
Oh, damn.
Sell high. Jump on that trend.
That sucks. You know, I noticed flight's been delayed big time lately because They're short on the flight traffic controller, air traffic controller, so it's pretty hard now.
About investing, right?
What if we start going after the big banks? We grow into more countries, we go into Europe, we go into US. Standing here today, 20 years later,
wow.
how do we actually disrupt the whole retail banking industry?
Yeah, I did good today.
Has made too much money and it hasn't taken the best interest of its customers.
I'm not trading Go, so doing really good. Yeah.
This is it.
Oh, Gambit blew his account trading Go yesterday. No, I didn't get him to trade Go. He traded Go and he blew. No, I didn't tell you that. Google is the one that told you to trade Go. I deleted Go.
Interest-free financing until January 2030. Yes, you get both. Low sale prices and interest-free financing till January 2030. Hurry, it's the last weekend. Shop the Rooms to Go Fall Holiday Sale now through Monday, October 13th.
Achieving success gives you choices. But the biggest choice in life is how to spend your time. Time to give back. Time to reflect. Time to escape. A great watch does so much more than tell time. It reminds us that the only real luxury is time itself. Bulova, legendary since 1875.
Welcome back. In a paid advertisement in the Journal this week, Lululemon founder Chip Wilson.
Yeah, I'll add you, Google. Just enjoy your little spa for your hungover.
Lululemon responded in a statement to CNBC denouncing the ad.
Who smoked weed on a Thursday and drink on a Thursday?
The company for a decade, and he continues to make inaccurate and misleading statements about Lululemon, our history, and our board and leadership team. Lululemon shares are down more than 60% from their peak in 2023, but they're up since Chip Wilson left the board in 2015. Wilson still owns roughly 12% of outstanding shares. Let's bring in Chip Wilson, the founder of Lululemon, also a board member of Amerisports. Chip, thanks for the time today. Good to see you again.
Oh, hi, Carl. Thanks for having me.
What was the motivation to place this
I've been
ad?
shorting every pump, so I'm waiting for 350 to short 247. But bot's been short since 293. It hasn't even went long yet. Oh no, you can't do the reset on Lucid because you do straight to funded, but 50% off on Lucid. Yeah, it's a good deal because of PW. PW's on Lucid now.
And be public about what the real issue is, and that's not necessarily the management. It's not the weather.
You're talking about it's $45 for the reset for the 50K. That's cheap.
It's actually the board of directors and the company and the
yeah. Reset for 50K is $45 only.
You go through in the ad what you call these series of mistakes. Can you sort of briefly
see?
summarize which ones you think are the most important, or in what order you think they
Can't
took
say
place?
no to that.
Well, I call it the gapization of American retail. And when it goes
It's only
public,
to today
it
to
loses its
5
founder
o'clock
or
Eastern time, so
they have
4
a
o'clock
product
our
and
time.
brand. And when that happens, the board comes in, more of a metric type board that's more beholden to Wall Street and quarterly numbers, and it hires people that can deliver specific quarterly numbers, and those people are generally very good and everything, but they're not creative, and they tend to use algorithms to buy and sell what's sold the year before. So
No, I need a pump.
innovation stops.
I gotta join you to short. I need to join the short.
Losing great people, you start losing great people. The brand kind
At 347, it didn't hit.
and then it's a snowball effect from there, where then management leaves, and then it's very hard time hiring good people or board of directors.
So you don't really think it's about the macro or challenges in China, certainly things that the company would point to, factors that are obviously have to be managed, but not necessarily in their control.
Whenever I hear management anywhere talk about, it's the weather or it's the macroeconomic, that just tells me that the company is not positioned the product to be differentiated in the marketplace in order to avoid all that. That has always existed.
Are you going so far as to provide
What
a
up?
prescription, a fix?
Well, I put it in.
Hey, Big Bear, were you short or long? Don't tell me you went long.
yes, I think everything starts at the top. And I'm saying the
He
board
said
of
you got
directors,
out,
but really
so that's
all
good.
power lays in the governance and nominating committee. You know, the people that actually.
Yeah, I
put
shorted with a
good people
bot,
on the
but
board.
I almost blew my stuff too, but got out
Lemon
alive
great
because
people on the
I didn't
board,
size
but
heavy.
when you have ownership on the board, as I've seen in some other
Oh,
boards that I've been
sorry.
on, it's amazing how long-term decision making overpowers and is much stronger and better returns, and for a healthier company than one with board of directors who don't have interest in the company.
Chip, it's David Faber. You know, I mean, you have a fairly sizable position here. I'm not sure it's as large as 12%, but I know it's still a significant stake. We talk to activists all the time. You're kind of approaching this almost in that way. Why wouldn't you get together with an activist investor of note, perhaps, and try to replace board members then, if you feel this way?
Well, I think it is time for some action. You know, I'm looking at my options at that. I actually had come to
What, $3.95?
that many of the activists may not know that I would actually be interested in siding with them in order to do something about Lululemon and maybe to replace some.
Oh, that's where the bot long.
And change the
Okay.
trajectory of the strategy.
That's when the bot short. Sorry, that's when the bot shorted. At 290. Yeah, 293 is where the bot shorted.
The trajectory of the company's strategy and therefore stock price?
Well, yes.
I have a short at
everything
47
starts
still.
At the top again, and basically what I see now is a trajectory that's happened over like 10 years, and it's because
My Tickticktrader keep disconnecting.
Like I say, a plane crash doesn't happen because of one mistake. It happens because of a series of mistakes, and I think it's Lululemon's in a position right now where it can't keep doing what it's always done, or it's going to keep getting what it's getting.
Have you had discussions
Work on
with
your
potential
pro.
board
Get
candidates
closer
that
to
you
payout,
might put up
man.
if it gets to a proxy fight scenario?
Well, lots of people, approach me too.
But Senate
would
has a
to be interested. And
challenge.
of course, I've been deep in this business and probably maybe in the most knowledgeable people about.
And you win the challenge, you win $400, and then you can buy two 150.
No lack of people to
Yeah.
to, yes.
Gambit, you didn't join. You didn't join the oh no, you did. I see your name, Mr. Simpson.
I don't know. You're angry still about not being a part of the company any longer, or bitter about it. What's your response?
Man, I need a pump so I can short. Are you still holding your short?
My money out of Lululemon and I put it into Ammer, and I think it's done exceedingly well, almost tripled since last year. And I think because I get to see a world-class board of directors, and I see what's possible at Lululemon, and something great can still happen there, but time is limited.
Do you think Lululemon should remain an independent company?
Well, I think either two things have to happen. Yes, either it needs to fix what's happening right now. Either it needs to be taken private so it can make those changes outside of the public realm, or it needs a very, very strong board of directors with a vested interest in doing long-term planning in order to kind of get through the next 3 years, which is going to take restructuring for sure.
Nice little dip.
When you say time is limited, I don't see anything in the ad that sort of points to liquidity concerns or anything that would point to a balance sheet concern.
You want a long at 390? I don't think that's a good spot to long, man.
No, I don't think. I think Lululemon is amazing. I think it makes a tremendous amount of money. Now, you know what it's been doing? It's been brand harvesting, though. So when you look at the stock drop over the last year and a half, and actually I would call it something that started 10 years ago. I think it's it's all been in the making of a very long-term. Oh no, I know what I was going to say. That actually 50% of the value of a brand company like Lululemon is set up in the power of the brand, and I think that's the 50% that they've lost, and the 50% that they don't know how to bring back.
All right, what was your first indication that they
Bot
would be
knows
having
something.
Material troubles?
Well, around the brand.
No, Bot's still short.
You know, when I see the company losing people with the institutional knowledge and starting
Diamond
to
hands.
I think, but that was starting like 10 years ago. But because I know enough about the business and how things, you know, work generally in business, those are, you know, the canary in the coal mine.
The company obviously has made an effort to argue that you're not necessarily close to current operations, although you clearly know the history. Do you feel comfortable making these statements vis-a-vis what's happening inside the company today?
Well, like I say, I'm probably the most vested person in
No,
technical
it just
apparel in the
no.
world. I travel the world extensively.
So it was 748 when it shorted for us, so it wasn't bad. That's why I took it, but I waited for a little pump.
For them to think that, or for anyone to think that I'm not on top of things would be a would be a joke.
Finally, what's
no
been the
pump so
reaction
we
to
can
the ad so
short.
far?
Well, it's been phenomenal actually. I've been really
I finally got 2 Fundingticks
I never
funded
know.
now,
I mean,
so
putting it
I'm
out
happy.
there but I mean, for business people who actually understand how businesses work, they could see how I put the step in about how there's like Lululemon's in a nosedive and what's it's a
FundedFuturesNetwork.
very common. And
But
instead of
yeah, it's
my suggestion for Lululemon was to go to a consulting company 4 or 5 years ago and ask them why the gap failed.
and no activation fee. They just extended to the end of the month, so you got plenty of time, so no rush on it.
Well, certainly not the first founder to go through this process, Chip, but those stories have ended differently with other companies in the past. We'll see how this one proceeds. Appreciate you coming on to talk about the ad.
Yeah, my pleasure, Carl. Thank you.
Chip Wilson.
Still to come, energy expert Halima Croft on how positive developments in the Middle
I'll
East
DM you
can
the
impact
info
the energy
later on if you
markets.
want it.
And join Sarah Eisen for the Invest in America Forum in Washington, D.C. on October 15th as CNBC convenes investors, policymakers, and industry leaders for a series of critical conversations, including Scott Besson, Stephen Myron, Albert Bourla, and many others. Visit CNBCevents.com/invest
I'll
to learn
DM
more
you.
and attend.
I'll DM you. Don't worry, I got you.
Trend Tracker is sponsored by CME Group.
Yeah, it's too many. Funded family, like too many stupid names. Funded family is the dumbest name.
In any business, you ride the line between numbers and people. What's right for the business and what's best for everyone who depends on it. Solving today's challenges while creating future opportunities. It takes balance. CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors will get you there.
If you're on Medicare and you get this, you could end up with this.
Dang, Freelon's on a whole bunch of calls. He's banking.
Which for those on Medicare or soon to be is a good reason to take charge of your health care.
Yeah, $3.08 to $8. That's really good.
AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan from United Healthcare. Why? Because Medicare alone doesn't pay for everything.
Isma, you get your raffle tickets for Lucid
deductibles and copays
on YouTube?
Could really add up.
Okay.
Even thousands of dollars a year. Medicare supplement plans help by paying some of what Medicare doesn't.
See, the bot showing is gonna drop more on the 3 minutes.
Call
But
United Healthcare today.
it looks
and
like
ask
it,
for
but
your
15
free
minutes still
decision
got the
guide.
upside, so I don't know, it's hard.
Learn more about plan options and rates to fit your
Yeah,
needs.
so it's gonna be chopped for
Now,
us.
if you like this,
It's in and
greater
out, you
freedom.
can't hold on.
You'll love that
can't
Medicare
bag hold
supplement
too long.
plans have no networks and no referrals needed. See any doctor, any specialist, anywhere in the U.S. as long as they accept Medicare.
This market
patients.
is hard though, really hard.
These types of plans also give you more flexibility when traveling in the U.S. Your plan goes with you, anywhere you go in the country. Even better, Medicare supplement plans with the AARP name are plans endorsed by AARP. Call United Healthcare today for your free decision guide. So, if you're on Medicare and want less out-of-pocket costs,
It's 10 minutes
and
left,
more peace
and we'll
of
start the
mind,
race, so
consider
good luck,
adding
guys.
this, an AARP Medicare supplement plan. Take charge of your healthcare today. Just use this or this to call United Healthcare about an AARP Medicare supplement plan.
Yeah, it's trying to go up more.
The CNBC CEO councils are always on my calendar. I love the diversity of industries and sectors that are represented.
We got together to talk about where our business
Order
goals
submitted.
align. There was just every possible
I'm
win
short
in
now,
this
so
partnership.
I'm not sure if it's gonna be good or not. 3 minutes looks like it's turning back up, so I don't know.
Same exact thing you are.
That's the magic of not just
Order filled.
CNBC and
Yeah,
the
it's too
CEO
late for me,
council.
though.
It's how you create change in the world.
Explore
Order
CNBC
submitted.
Council memberships today.
The president planning to go to the Middle East
Order
to mark the
submitted.
Israel-Hamas peace deal in the next few days. Joining us to
Order
talk about how
filled.
a cooling of tensions in the Middle East might impact the energy markets is
Order
Halima Croft,
filled.
RBC Capital Markets
Order
Managing Director,
submitted.
Global Head of Commodity Strategy.
Order
Halima, good to see you.
canceled.
Thanks for the help today.
Thank you for having me on.
Order
I wonder what you
submitted.
make of the action in oil. Yesterday, some were taken aback that there really wasn't much, but that's clearly different today.
I mean, big move today in oil. I think it's reflecting a view in the market that this peace deal means that
At
people
all-time
can
high?
de-risk the Middle
It's
East,
gonna be
de-risk
hard.
Geopolitical turmoil for oil. Certainly, this is a very important story for the broader Middle East. The bigger question, though, is does Israel basically
Hey, Gambit, did you get a payout?
for now, or are they
Yeah,
still
shut up.
concerned about
Shut
Iran?
up.
Do we have the
It's been a week for you. Shut up, Gambit.
another Israeli strike on the Iranian
Order
nuclear
submitted.
facilities. We've just had a snapback of UN sanctions.
I'm still waiting on my Apex. Holy cow, it's still it's still pending.
Certainly from the standpoint of the broader
Don't know why it's taking
this
so
is
long.
a very important development, this deal that President Trump ushered in.
If Israel
Yeah, but if it's this long, it's gonna be denied.
Security,
right?
Where do you think we could be headed? How much into the 50s?
No, people, no. It's like 2-3 days at most. I'm on day 4.
Order filled.
I mean, we are
Order
watching
submitted.
what happens with inventory builds. There's a big debate right now. China has been buying for its strategic petroleum reserve. Will we see a slowdown in that? Will we start to see major inventory builds in visible markets? Like, that is the kind of question about where we land in the fourth quarter. I would say at the start of the week, though, we did have OPEC basically making a cautious move, only increasing production by
Hey, you went long?
137,000 barrels. It's probably going to be less
He's a
than
little
half of
devil.
that because only Saudi Arabia at this juncture has spare capacity. I would say if we do get to that inventory build situation, watch for OPEC to potentially come back in at the year-end meeting and
There
take
you
barrels
go.
off the market.
Drop it, baby.
Halima, what is the status of risk in
Order
Eastern Europe
filled.
right now
No.
as that war continues between Ukraine and Russia? Is
Order
there
submitted.
a likelihood that additional supply could come off?
I don't like these
Listen, I think
movements.
that is the most important question right now, near term, when it comes to the geopolitics of oil. Ukraine
Yeah,
has made the
it's very
decision,
choppy.
clearly with the backing, it looks like, of the United States, to aggressively target Russian energy infrastructure, targeting refineries largely, but some also pipelines. And the question is, are we going to potentially see an acceleration of these attacks? Ukraine is expected
I spent
to get
$400
new
this
missile
month so
technology.
far on
Some have
eval,
said that
so
will allow them to be
no more
even
spending.
more aggressive in targeting these facilities. And so when we look at Russian energy production, we would say there is a significant risk that that will be lower because
Order
of these
filled.
attacks. And Ukraine has every incentive to keep
Order
hitting this
submitted.
infrastructure because Russia, it has a
You
huge
still note down your
manpower
budget, right,
advantage
Gambit,
in this
on your
war,
spreadsheet?
and they're
Order
using
filled.
the proceeds of its energy
Okay.
sales to pay for
Order
soldiers
submitted.
to fight.
Yeah, Putin with some comments today about what happens if Tomahawks make their way to that part.
You
of
didn't
the
reset any pro, did you?
Halima, thanks. Talk soon. Halima Croft.
Thank you.
In a moment, we're live from Macau with a look at the NBA's high-stakes return to China for the first time since 2019. Back in a moment.
Oh, yeah.
This is Mia. She
Let me know. I'll get
transitioned
you a
her
freebie.
boutique swimwear brand
Just
nationwide.
DM me when you're done.
With her business growing so fast, she needs fast funding to keep making waves. That's why Mia has U.S. Bank Business Essentials, a combination of checking and card payment processing, giving her access to funds typically in 24 hours. Because we love watching her make a splash. That's the power of Mia. And this is the power of us.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile.
I wish I could get implants.
I wish I knew who to trust.
I'm not looking for another quick fix.
I want a smile I know will last.
Clear Choice smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts.
backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches.
It's gonna drop
Our
more.
smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
No matter what kind of home you're looking for, it's waiting for you on Redfin. And when you find it, see it before anyone else.
Oh, I need to work on my TTT.
Now, only on Redfin. Find your dream home on Redfin, powered by Rocket.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
Dang, I was short too. Got out too early.
One of my favorite pieces of advice:
think big to accomplish big things. Have no fear of failure.
It really does come down to just trusting yourself.
Julia Borston hosts CNBC Changemakers and Power Players. Listen now wherever you get your
Yeah.
Get this exceptional offer on select Cadillac models. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
Going up.
Introducing Verts. Swipe for news and highlights.
I'm not touching Go anymore.
Now available on the ESPN app.
The NBA is looking to make a comeback in mainland China and testing the waters after a multi-year hiatus. This around backlash around Hong Kong's 2019 pro-democracy protests. Our Contessa Brewer is in Macau in China, and she has the story for us. Contessa.
Okay, so first of all,
Maybe
David,
doesn't play with the
we're all
little
tied
ones.
up, and we're in overtime between the Brooklyn Nets and the Phoenix Sun. It is an exciting
Learn his
game,
lesson.
but it really represents more than just basketball. It's symbolic of a massive business opportunity. And
I mean, you can make a lot if you got the right directions on it, but you can lose a whole bunch.
Beyond the roughly 500 million fans the NBA already has in the country.
Amazing fan base.
You didn't learn your lesson, huh? Do it again tonight. Go ahead.
We never really left. I mean, we're still games were televised here the entire time, and interest has
Save you some money.
Really unabated in the games themselves.
When you're looking at China and you have roughly 500 million,
6:30 to 8:30, so it's perfect for us.
where is your vision for the NBA in this?
Yo, Dash, you got your My Funded now. They just gave you the account. Sorry for the delay.
They have a league here that
Oh,
serves the
I don't think
CBA.
you're on
They
YouTube.
also run the national team. And when we have this new rookie on the Portland Trailblazers, young Hansen, in the league, they know they need to continue to.
We got some My Funded Futures giveaway next week on YouTube.
So Brooklyn Nets player Zhang Fanbo joined the Beijing Ducks as a kid, and he came out tonight. He was thanking the crowd in Chinese. They go wild. Yao Ming, probably the most legendary Chinese basketball player ever,
Stop
walked
balling.
into the arena
He's
with
got a
raucous
short.
applause, and it's really that kind of fervor and passion that then translates to profits for the NBA for, say, Las Vegas Sands, which has a 5-year commitment to host the China Games and has the best performing NBA store in
Oh,
China
no water
for
people's
Nike
here.
and Fanatics,
Gotta go
which
get my
sells
water
trading
in.
cards and collectibles and, of course, merchandise out there. Sands President Patrick Dumont told me it's win, win, win. It's a win for everybody. Not a winner here yet, though, because,
Choppy, choppy,
tie
choppy.
game, overtime. I'll keep you in the loop.
Contessa, how does this expand broadly across sports? We saw an NFL game in Brazil. Now we're seeing the NBA in Macau. Is this just going to be a greater and greater strategy for sports teams broadly?
Oh yeah, good job.
I asked Adam Silver about the WNBA. When are we going to see a women's game here? And he's like, I've already been thinking about that. And we got to get through collective bargaining first.
Oh, you went heavy, huh?
And really think about how do we promote the WNBA in China. The NFL has said the same thing. International expansion is very important. So continue to keep a close eye on that.
Looks like you're having fun, Contessa. It's been good stuff all week. Contessa Brewer in Macau. Thanks. After the break, the latest in the race for the next Fed chair, from recent dropouts to who's reportedly making the short list. Leisman got some news today. Those details with Money Movers begins in a minute.
And they pump right up too.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors—
Whoa, what was that?
help you get there.
Holy shit.
Order
I better
canceled.
cancel all my
Order
stuff. What?
canceled.
What's some data?
Order canceled.
It's time.
Order canceled.
Whoa. Holy shit. What was that?
Order canceled. Order canceled.
That's 300
Order
points.
canceled.
Wow, I wish I had my short. See, the bot knew. The bot knew. Watch me say, bot's up 100 points.
Built for the middle market. Our data shows that this deal works.
Wow.
Interesting.
Was it news?
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more.
Order canceled.
I think.
Order canceled.
Can't be short anymore now.
Get a second
Fuck.
opinion. You do it
Went down to 182. Wow.
You definitely do it with medical
I don't
advice.
see anything though.
So why not with your stock market investments? We can help you see opportunities.
Was that
you may
news?
be missing. At
It's
Henyon
still
and
going.
Walsh, it only takes a second to schedule your free second opinion. So what's there to lose? Speak to Henyon and Walsh, the second opinion people.
Effective, healthy blood pressure support takes more than innovation. It takes vision. At Human, our plant-based supplements are scientifically formulated to support the center.
Dude, I wish we kept our short on TPT funding. Oh man, no consistency. You can milk that shit. Yeah, I think a bunch of people's gonna blow.
Supporting your blood pressure and heart health, and all the moments your heart beats for.
That was
Get a free month supply
nasty.
plus free shipping on all bundles at livehuman.com.
Today's digital world is full of risks.
Don't know what's was any news still? I can't find it.
Most protected business.
Creed, we have AT&T Dynamic Defense.
It prevents malicious threats. How are people supposed to get in? There's no
Oh,
door.
I want to try to jump in a quick long in and out. I'm scared.
Somebody say door.
Order filled.
Yep, I got in.
My man.
Target filled.
And I got out. That was quick. Holy shit, this is scary.
Order
I want to try to. I want to try to do this on a
filled.
funded. I want to do this on a
filled.
funded. See if it does anything. No, please don't drop anymore. Oh fuck.
Order submitted.
Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, long and I'm so dead. Please pump.
Order filled.
Yeah, I got out. I got out.
Today the bull market turns 3, but does this record run for stocks
That was
have more
scary.
room to run?
Plus, DC is now
I don't think I'm gonna do that anymore. But
shutdown fights
holy
snarling air travel, and it could get worse. Air traffic controllers now working without pay.
Order
maybe.
submitted.
Chief
I
about
don't know.
path ahead.
And what investors need to watch is
Order
earnings
filled.
kick
Target
into high gear
filled.
next week. Goldman out with its
Nice,
top 25
nice.
technical trades for earnings season. One of our favorite parts of the cycle, a quarterly list which historically
Order
does
submitted.
outperform the S&P.
May need it because right now the three major indexes in the red. Initially, we're looking for a bounce up
Order
of yesterday.
filled. Order
So you can see the
filled.
Nasdaq down 0.9%, the S&P down 0.7%,
Target
and the Dow
filled.
down 0.6%.
Target filled.
And we'll start there in D.C. with the race for Fed chair now narrowing. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us
It's
now.
something, dude.
after
It is
speaking with Fed Governor
scary.
Waller earlier this morning. Steve.
Good morning, Leslie. Yeah, Fed Governor Chris Waller in an exclusive CNBC interview saying he believes job growth in the U.S. could be negative, and he advocates
China
continued
news.
rate
Holy shit, that just
I'm
killed
still in the belief
a
we need to
lot
cut
of people.
rates. But we need to kind of be cautious about it because here's one of the things you're looking at. You're
Order
seeing a very
submitted.
weak labor market.
Wow.
But
Order
GDP
submitted.
seems pretty good.
Order filled. Target
Waller said he
filled.
was satisfied he had a good picture of the job market from private sector data. Meanwhile, the BLS will bring back staff to prepare the October inflation report,
Order
which is
submitted.
critical for calculating the cost of living increase for Social Security recipients.
Wow,
Waller said he
bots
remained
up 300
confident the Fed could
points.
Look through tariff inflation, which he believed would eventually decline.
Wow.
CNBC also reporting exclusively this
Hi.
morning that Waller,
My
one
150
of
is gonna
5
blow.
finalists for the job to replace Fed Chair Jay Powell. That's after Treasury Secretary Scott
Yeah,
Bessent
I
narrowed the
try
list
to
down
long the eval.
from 11.
Trying
According
to
to
catch a pump.
senior Treasury officials, the remaining list
Oh,
includes
he's trying to
Waller,
catch a
Vice
pump.
Chair for Supervision Michelle Bowman,
Those.
along with
Target
Kevin Hassett.
filled.
He's the director of the National Economic Council, and the
Got
former Fed
wrecked.
Governor Kevin Morse, and BlackRock fixed income CIO Rick
Yeah, we're
Ritter.
gonna have to wait on
Ritter said
this
the road to
this
picking the new
race
Fed chair
because
would
I
include
gotta try to
another
fix my
round of
shit.
interviews, but the next round comes with
Order
Bessent, 2
submitted.
senior Treasury officials, and 2 senior White
Order
House
filled.
officials. It'll be wrapped up sometime after Thanksgiving, and then a list will
Order
be sent to the
submitted.
president for
Order
his decision.
filled.
It is a
Yeah,
closely
typical
watched
Friday
decision with the
shit for
administration
sure.
providing
Fucking asshole.
unprecedented detail about
Order
the process,
submitted.
but also fraught because of concerns about the administration's commitment to Fed independence. Guys?
Steve,
Order
what
canceled.
has the process behind the scenes been like in interviewing these candidates? And at this stage, what is it exactly that they're looking for from that top position?
Well, we understand it's quite a rigorous process. It's already included Bessent and 2 senior Treasury officials. We understand these interviews go for 2 hours, and they span from the economy to monetary policy to all sorts of things. But Waller
Later,
saying
man.
this
I
morning,
don't know.
he was
I don't know
not
what to
asked
do.
any
I'm
political
scared.
questions, that it stuck pretty much to the economy and policy.
Order submitted.
We understand that Bessent is looking for somebody with
That's
a pretty
fucking
broad range
scary
of
as
skills.
shit.
Expert in the economy, expert in monetary policy, has some, of course, knowledge of markets, as well as a kind of open mind to
Order
reforming the
submitted.
Federal Reserve, which, as you know, is high on his list of things that need to be done. Also looking for management experience. We hear, Leslie, that Rick Ritter did very well in the interview, but we don't know that that puts him towards the top of the list, bottom of the list, or middle of the list.
Yeah, Steve, you really covered it well
Order
on Squawk this
submitted.
morning. Their market experience, whether or not
Order-
they're a Fed
order
insider or
submitted.
outsider, a lot of stuff going into the calculus, but really good stuff with Waller today. Our Steve
Thanks,
Leisman.
Tom.
By the way, a programming
Target
note,
filled.
join Sarah Eisen for the Invest in America Forum in Washington, D.C., October 15. CNBC's convening investors, policymakers, and industry leaders
All right,
for a
later.
series of critical
Order
conversations,
canceled.
including with the Treasury Secretary,
Order submitted.
Governor Myron,
Holy
Charlie
shit,
Scharf,
man.
Everett Wells,
Order
Arthur
filled.
Bola,
Order canceled.
Holy
others.
shit,
Visit
man.
Order filled.
cbcevents.com/invest to
This
learn
is-
more and attend.
Holy
And later
shit,
today,
this is
former
horror.
Fed Governor Lindsay will join the exchange. He's withdrawing his name from consideration for Fed chair. That's coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern.
All right, let's turn to the market as major averages turn lower at this
I don't
hour.
know.
Joining us now, Wilmington Trust Head of Investment Strategy and CNBC contributor Megan Shu. Megan, thanks for being here. What do you see as the key driver of today's move lower?
Yeah, I mean, it's any number of things. We are looking at an environment where we're certainly in a bit of stretch.
Damn, it went
territory
under
when it comes to
25K
valuations, and
too.
we've
Holy
had
shit.
a
Order
more
submitted.
or less uninterrupted run up since
mean,
April
yeah.
8th. So I'm not at all surprised to see a little
Order
bit
submitted.
of investor profit taking or pulling some risk off the table because of any number of factors. The government
I'm
shutdown
scared. I'm
is
still holding. I was
certainly,
down 3K. I'm only down
consumer
1,500 now.
confidence, so we don't think
I need
it's
a pump.
really a driver of economic
Order
activity
submitted.
as long as it doesn't
I'm
go on too
I went long at
We're really a little
123.
bit more focused on the weakening labor market and
That's
trying
a
to
long way to
reconcile
go,
that
but
with
holy
what has
shit, what a
been,
massive dump.
really
Man, if I
a
had
bit of
puts,
a
that would
very
be,
strong move
that would
in
have
momentum
paid.
of late.
Yeah, good point. And
Order
given
submitted.
Wow.
lack of a clear catalyst at this point in time, how vulnerable do you think the stock market is to
See,
a
bot
more
new.
significant correction?
I think we are in a period where we could and maybe
Fucking
should
bot is
see the
legit,
market
dude.
pull back a little bit.
This
More of
fucking
the
bot is
5 to
legit.
10% variety that we would expect in any sort of normal resetting of the bull market, and we have any number
Yeah,
of
pump it, baby.
catalysts,
Get me out of here.
that
Pump this
are
shit.
primed to do that, but we just have not seen, really because of the strength of the AI trade and continued investment.
Order filled.
I got out.
there.
I
It's
got
just
out.
been really
I don't want a bad hole.
one-way market, but I would say we're sort
Yeah,
of embracing but not adjusting portfolios for a pullback in this.
Look at that, gambit. Oh my
So
god.
fully
I was up
invested,
1,000, but oh well.
prioritizing higher quality, larger size. We've seen a really nice run from small cap.
No news. I
and
won because
sort of
it's
the
China
junction of
news.
Small cap, but we're not
It might be
chasing that
bad.
here. I think you really need to focus on those companies that have sound balance sheets and really durable earnings as we head into earnings season.
Megan, thank you for that.
Order
Megan
submitted.
Megan mentions
It's dropping back
pullbacks,
down
at least
again.
on a short-term basis. You see the market has moved sharply lower in just the past few moments. That's probably because of some breaking news we're getting out of the White House and a fresh post on Truth Social. For that, we'll turn to Eamon Javers. Eamon?
Carl, that's right. This is the president now reacting on social media to the Chinese move earlier
Order
to restrict
submitted.
rare
Yeah, it's still
earth
going
materials,
down.
coming out of that country to nations around the world. The president posting a lengthy post on social media here, but in it, he's threatening unspecified retaliation against the Chinese side. He also seems here to cancel his scheduled meeting that's coming up with President Xi Jinping of China. The president here saying this was a real surprise, not only to me, but to all the leaders of the free world. I was to meet President Xi in 2 weeks at APEC in South Korea, but now there seems no reason to do so. The president going on to say that the Chinese letters about rare earths were especially inappropriate.
Always a
This was
Friday
the
too,
day
man.
That after 3,000 years of bedlam and fighting, there is peace
Always
in the Middle East. I wonder if the timing was coincidental. So the president here objecting not only to the Chinese move on rare earths, but to the fact that it appears to have stepped on the news of his apparent peace agreement with Israel and Hamas yesterday. The president also suggesting that there are a number of unspecified retaliatory measures that the United States can take here in response to China. It says for everything they have a monopoly on, the United States has two, and they're looking at ways to respond. He
I
says,
got out. I took my L.
ultimately,
I'm glad I took my L. Look how much it
it'll be a
dumped.
very good thing in the end for USA.
Order
One
submitted.
of the policies that we are
I'm green
calculating
on
at
everything.
this moment
Target
is a
filled.
massive increase of tariffs on Chinese
Yeah,
products coming
I
into
got
the
out
United States
green
of
at
America.
145. I was up
Many
1,000, so
other
I took $900
countermeasures
loss.
that are likewise
But
under serious
safe than sorry.
consideration. So the president here,
You know,
seeming
I'm
to
scared.
cancel his meeting with Xi Jinping of China. Also
I'm up
threatening a
$200 on
massive
my
increase in
Pro,
tariffs
so
and unspecified additional countermeasures. All of this on social media now, Carl, as we say, in response to that move by the Chinese on rare earths yesterday. Back over to you.
Yep, market clearly doesn't like the tariff conversation, Eamon. We did have, NASDAQ was working on its 33rd record high of the year, now down a full percent.
wow, still dropping, dude.
Order submitted.
This shit is scary.
And the thinking was this was standard
Order
leverage building
submitted.
ahead of the meeting in a few weeks. I'm trying to think of what might have changed between then and today.
Well, I think the president's reaction to it has changed, right? I mean, the president was busy.
I hope everybody
yesterday,
blew
and
up
a
on
number
the
of things
Trade Day
going on.
challenge so I could be number
And so
one.
maybe this is his first
Order
opportunity to
canceled.
really
I know it's
decide what he
evil,
wants to do. I will
but
point
fuck
out,
everybody
Carl,
else. I want
just
the
if you
$5
look
grand.
at the tone of
Target
this, it's a
filled.
lengthy
Dude, I'm getting long in this
and
shit, dude.
You could characterize this as an angry response
Did I
to
pass?
the Chinese,
Oh.
but it's also a non-specific response to the Chinese. He's saying there seems no reason to do so
Wow.
with the Xi meeting. So it seems
Should've
as if
known more.
that meeting is being canceled, but it's not
Order
actually canceling
submitted.
that meeting. And is also threatening a whole host of retaliations here on areas that the United States has monopolies on. But not
I'll tell you
specifying
later,
which
Gambit.
ones,
Someone DM me.
threatening a
Oh, let's
massive
do this
increase in
race. I'm
tariffs,
sorry,
but not
guys.
specifying
I got
which
out now.
ones.
Let's
So
get
I
this
think
race
you can
done.
put this in the category of presidential venting right now. It's obviously a sharp reaction to the Chinese move and threatening a bunch of countermeasures, but not actually executing yet on those countermeasures. So for market participants, what you want to watch for is whether there's follow-up to this. Is this just the president sounding off, or are there specific countermeasures that are going to be put in place, and are we going to see those additional tariffs? I think that is a kind of wait and see
I got a
right
pump.
now, as both sides are looking to get as much rhetorical leverage as they can. The Chinese side fired their salvo yesterday. The president's fired
Yeah,
their
that's
salvo
100
right
points.
now.
Holy
What is gonna come of
cow.
this? Can that meeting be saved at APEC in South Korea? I think that's still a possibility given the language here and the vagueness.
Yeah, I
of the
think
threats
everybody
from the
blew up,
president.
man.
But this is clearly an escalation of tensions, and markets obviously don't like that.
Yeah, and it sounds like it also adds to some concern from European allies as well. Germany coming out and saying that China's curbing of the rare earths exports is of great concern there.
I don't know.
What do we
It's too
know
hard to
in
short
terms
now,
of
you know what I mean?
Who else is kind of in the same camp as the U.S. with
It's way
regard
too
to
hard to short
concerns
now.
surrounding the move by China?
Let's start this race. I'm sorry, guys. It's just it's chaotic.
I mean, I think it does
Scary.
matter, and anybody who's importing these rare earths is going to be sensitive to Chinese moves, right? So that's basically everybody who participates in that market in the world. The United States particularly vulnerable here. And remember, the president has taken a number of steps recently to ensure that the U.S. can continue to produce rare earths, can do the mining and all the things associated with that that are necessary for that industry, because they've been made uneconomic by Chinese subsidies, uneconomic in the United States by Chinese subsidies.
Shuffle. Good luck. Whew, what a day. Google, you missed out, man. Is Google here? Wow. Yeah, Google wasn't. Google would have blown. Everybody's blowing up. You see your DM? Holy shit. I don't think I want to trade anymore. Everything's green from my end. Good money too. I did good today. I don't want to fuck it up. I know. Good movement though. Really good movement now. Yeah, all the bulls got killed. Cause people just trying to buy the dip and they keep dropping 200 points. Yeah. I'm good with my little long in and out. You can't trust this market, dude. Yeah. I don't know. It's not just him. Everybody's DMing me, dude. That's mean it's bad. Yes. But, you know, I'm the guy with the freebie, so I mean, I'm out of freebies too. I don't have many freebies left. This week has been awful. Yeah, JG part. Oh man, it's just bad. If you're a bear, imagine we're short on a fucking pro since 300. Oh my god, that bot. Easy payout. Huge payout. I think it still can drop some more, but what was the China news? You know, all the drop is only down 1%. Yeah, so it's not that bad. So it can still go another 1%. But what was the news though? Let's see if Lynn's okay. She did? I didn't check. Oh, okay. Who won? Who won? Oh, you can't win again. You won last time already. Sorry. Gotta redo. We gotta redo, guys. Sorry. Oh, fucking Trump, man. Yeah. I think he does this so they can buy the dip, you know, his Goonies. Yeah, because he has a lot of billionaires that want to buy the dip or sell the rip. You never know. That guy's crooked as hell. Trump is one crooked fucker. Well, I got back my L on yesterday, bulenox, so I'm close to payout again. Get another 1,000. Oh yeah, within last 3 weeks, because every week been getting $1,000 from them. This is my third payout. Yeah. Yeah, every dump, I'm gonna long again. But that dump was nasty, nasty. Oh my gosh. Still going down. What is lower day? I have a freaking stream on, so I can't see lower day. 980, so I'm gonna check. Yeah, I'm gonna do 980. Yes.
Order submitted.
Long 980 on my eval. I'm so scared to play Funded.
Order submitted.
Yeah.
Order submitted. Order filled.
There we go.
Order filled.
Holy shit. Fuck. I got some Funded in. Drop it, baby.
Order submitted.
Pump it. We won this time. Alright, Jose. Wait, it's not Jose. He chose. I'm so bad. Can you type points? Oh my god, I dropped. Yeah, I'm down 1700 now. I did 2 NQ. I didn't think it's gonna drop that much. Fuck. Oh no, you're red, so you're fine. Can you send me your Twitter? Fuck, I'm down a lot now.
Disrupt operations.
Oh, that bounce. Come on, give me out.
The FAA is going to join us next.
Plus, Goldman Sachs' top 25 trades for earnings season, outperforming the S&P 500 by 3% on an annual basis for the past 13 years. That's
I'm long at 79.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade.
Yeah, just send me a DM on Twitter.
The award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop.
Order canceled.
With robust charting and analysis tools, including
Not want to average down
technical
yet.
studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization.
Order submitted.
And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Get out.
Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Order canceled.
I got out yet. I'm so fucked. I need
because they
79 to
offer
get
higher
out.
returns, are cost effective, and can actually
Order
reduce risk.
submitted.
Learn how in our new book.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book
Order
because
submitted.
there's nothing else out there like it.
Get a free copy
Okay, I'll
today
DM you
at
on Twitter, buddy.
It's not an option.com.
Order filled.
Oh my god.
Sound familiar?
Target
Financing
filled.
the aluminum giant building better homes? Mizuho was there. The merger of two logistics titans? Also us. Anywhere an industrials company needs a corporate...
Now went
investment
under.
bank, we're there. Mizuho Americas.
I'm about to blow the
The
150.
market's swinging back to buyers, which means that dream home won't be there forever. Don't let someone
Order
else beat
submitted.
you to it. Start
2
your
NQ.
search today. Make it real with Realtor.com.
Never miss a moment.
Are we going to make the sportswear and the sneakers in this country ever?
The hurdle is not
Me
the
a
ability to
big-
manufacture, it's the material sourcing.
You have to position yourself like it's October 99. All the ingredients are in place for some kind of a blow-off.
We have to find a nuanced strategy that allows America to win AI developers around the world
It's
and
gone.
AI markets around the world.
$200 left. It's gonna be gone.
Order
is on the
canceled.
way for Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves.
You need to bounce a
least
lot
not
more than
until
that.
Dad
My
gets on
pro was
Chewy
red too. Oh my
and gets him
god.
something
Order
new to
filled.
love.
Order
gone.
submitted.
Delivered
I
fast.
know, but I'm greedy. Yeah, that 150 is blown.
So Jaws can always live his best life. One
I
mouthful
know,
at
but I
a
keep
time.
thinking it's so good.
For low prices
You're
and
gonna quit
fast
DMing me.
shipping. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
Did you know once upon a farm, refrigerated pouches are farm-fed and packed in nutrients?
Oh my god.
I did. They use pineapples, bananas. Oh, don't forget dragon fruit.
You see that? I blew it.
You're
Fuck.
really good at that. There's no added sugar, GMOs, or preservatives.
Once kids
I just
try
need to
Once
save
Upon a
this
Farm,
pro
stop
and
talking
make it
about all the
green.
goodness we
Damn
have
it.
Avocados, flaxseed,
That was a nasty drop. Yeah.
Welcome back. We have a news
Fuck,
alert on
it's
Johnson
still
& Johnson. The
dropping.
Wall Street Journal reporting the company is looking to buy Protagonist Therapeutics. Protagonist shares spiking before being
Order
halted,
filled.
currently up around 9.4% before that halt. We'll talk more about biotech and M&A with biotech investor Rod Wong later this hour.
Order submit.
Meantime,
Target
major airports
filled.
across the United States reporting thousands of delays since the beginning of the government shutdown. Those disruptions being exacerbated by
Order
staffing
submitted.
shortages as air traffic controllers go without pay. It's a challenge our next guest says could escalate from delays to flight cancellations if the shutdown lasts a long time. Joining us this morning is Marion Blakey, former FAA administrator.
I didn't think it's gonna
NTSB
dump
chair,
more like
CEO
that.
of Rolls-Royce
Man.
North America. Marion, appreciate the time and the help. Good to see you.
Shit.
Great to see you. Thank you for including
Order
me today.
order
Can
submitted.
you sort of characterize
Order
your level
submitted.
of concern for the moment?
Well, it's a growing concern, I have to admit, because the shutdown is definitely affecting the air traffic system. We're seeing more and more delays at big airports, for example.
Order canceled.
Complex airspace, a lot of connecting flights.
Order
That
filled.
really does ripple through the system. And at this point, I think we do need the Congress to understand that
Order
this
submitted.
is the kind of thing that I don't think the American public puts up with very well.
Oh, my bulenox is
because
super
it has a
red
direct
too. Holy
impact
shit. I
on
fucked
their
up bad.
lives, both as leisure travelers and as business people.
Order filled. Order
we need to get
canceled.
on it. And the air traffic controllers, I think, are doing the best they can. But at this stage of the game, there are not enough people on the towers.
Yeah.
We've been drawing some parallels to, I think it was January of 19, and I'm sure you remember that shutdown when some of those flight delays and backups began to hit the East Coast, and that's when it seemed like shutdown negotiations really got back to the table. Would you expect a similar thing to happen this time?
Holy crap. That's almost 600 points down.
Because I think members of Congress, who of course fly out of Washington, Reagan, sometime Baltimore, every weekend, they're going to be very aware, in fact, directly affected themselves. So I think we're going to see a lot more emphasis in the Congress on fixing this. And
Damn, should I average down one more on this fucking...
and particularly the Senate to get on with it.
And of course, this comes against a backdrop where we've already seen shortages of air traffic controls and so forth that they've been looking to build up. What do shutdowns like this mean for morale among air traffic
Order
controllers and
submitted.
just the appeal of getting into this industry in the first place?
My experience is that air traffic controllers are incredibly motivated people. It takes a particular, person who can take that kind of stress, has the technical skills. So they are a very important asset to us in the system and in the U.S.
Order submitted.
But they're
Order
people like
filled.
anyone else. And when they find that they are not getting a paycheck,
Yeah, I'm getting
even though
wrecked,
they're
man.
deemed essential workers and have to come to work, it's
Order
not a
filled.
discretionary
Order
pay.
submitted.
It's very hard on them. And I think some who may have opportunities for a side job, something else to supplement family income, have got to be thinking about that now to add on
Order
to
submitted.
the duties that they have in the tower. And to tell you the truth, the last thing in the world we need are people in the towers who are distracted by personal problems
Order
that are
submitted.
very real.
I agree. I mean, if we're trying to recruit
Fucking
controllers in
928.
general,
I don't know if I'm gonna get there.
demonstrating to
Order
them that they have to be
submitted.
put through this kind of non-pay period is not the greatest recruitment tool. That
The
is for
pro.
sure. We will hope for the best.
That's
in the
only
coming
two-
days. We have to keep this a bit
two
short today,
MNQ.
Marion. Please come back. good to see you. Marion Blakey, former FAA administrator.
It was down 400.
It is absolutely an important
Now
problem.
300.
Later this hour, the
Trying.
case for biotech. We'll talk with one prominent investor in the space benefiting from Novo Nordisk's more than $5 billion deal announced yesterday, how he's thinking about current
Order
policy
submitted.
uncertainty.
Plus, the former assistant U.S. trade rep for China.
Yeah, I sent you a DM on Twitter.
This market downturn today and the recent presidential post regarding China. That's in a minute.
I need that bounce so I can get out.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you.
Yeah.
We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time.
Man, if I played one NQ, I would have been alive.
Don't smile. Cover your mouth. Just get through it. It's fine. It's not. Hide it. Fix it. Just live with it.
I want this to be the last time I worry about my smile.
With Clear Choice Dental Implants, this
Tell me
is
about it.
the
That
last
is
time.
crazy.
Because you get the security of our
Over
lifetime
time.
warranty
Submitted.
on premium arches. This smile is built for life.
This is not a little dip, though. This is a massive dip.
And make sure everything's in order. These factory floor mats are really as good as WeatherTech.
You know, laser measure.
No.
Bad.
Nothing comes even close to laser-measured WeatherTech floor liners. They
Damn,
offer the
still
ultimate
dropping.
protection, front, back,
Order
and even up the
submitted.
sides. For a full line of premium American-made
Order
products,
canceled.
order
Damn,
WeatherTech.com.
that's quick in and out
Nothing
there.
protects like WeatherTech.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're reframing the very nature of financial planning
Order
around
submitted.
the most personal data point possible, your lifespan.
Order
Because
submitted.
Abacus is the originator, the market maker. We're not just participating in the space.
Average down
we're
one more
reshaping
time so I'm be able to
As
get
a
out.
technology-driven asset manager, we're empowering
Order
our investors
submitted.
with an integrated system to take command of what matters most. Your time, your future, your financial destiny. While legacy firms cling to static models and outdated assumptions, we move forward with precision, agility, and a vision rooted in reality, your reality. This isn't finance as usual.
Order filled.
God, drop.
This is a new era.
I have 3 MNQ.
Order canceled.
Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
What do I need? What's my pro? I need 885. That's doable. Quick dropping.
Hues is ever changing as the desert itself. Sunlit whites, deep ambers, smoky whiskeys, an entire spectrum
Damn.
of colors and unexpected tones that
Order
stir our
submitted.
souls, reminding us there isn't just one shade of life, or love, or even us.
If we had asked you in
Order
1999
submitted.
whether there'd be sports gambling in America,
Order
would you
filled.
believed it?
Order filled.
I'm honestly surprised how long it took.
Celebrating 30 years of Squawk Box, weekdays 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Order filled.
Of course, I always worry when a stock goes up as much as Nvidia has, but
Order
stocks are risk
canceled.
assets, so if you're not concerned about
man.
risk, well, then you're in the wrong business.
Wow.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Yeah, I'm almost about to blow this pro too. That's
Order
so sad.
submitted.
As you can see, it's become a busy Friday news-wise. Let's get a news update with Courtney Reagan. Hey, Court.
Hi, thank you, Carl. So the U.S.
Order
awarded 10
submitted.
construction contracts worth $4.5 billion to construct
Wow.
a wall along the southwest border. The Department of Homeland Security made the announcement today. The construction will add 230 miles of barriers to so-called smart wall border security system that includes steel barriers, waterborne barriers, patrol roads, lights, cameras, and more.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream. Not doing
Has a
good.
new owner,
Later.
The company, which has been the target of disproven conspiracy theories from President